government on climate change on the sidelines of the 2022 UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon encouraged Africa to take advantage of its hosting of COP27 to push for equity and justice in climate financing. Once again, President Kenyatta regretted that despite Africa contributing less to global emissions, the continent suffers the most from the climate-induced crises such as drought, floods and locust invasion, while responsible countries are not operating in emergency mode. Now, the fate of lawyer Paul Kishel now hangs in the hands of Trial Chamber 3 of the International Criminal Court after both the prosecution and defense made their final submissions. Musheru asked the court to dismiss the case against him, while the prosecution has called for a guilty verdict on all 8 counts that the lawyer faces.
How could these witnesses possibly have known in 2013 what the phone data would subsequently reveal in 2021? I note in this regard that the defense brief mistakenly alleges that the relevant contact details for Ruto were not contained in the phone data. However, this is incorrect, Your Honour. Proper inspection of the record reveals that the number is in fact reflected in the records, but there are no fewer than 10 Common Plan members and associates and other persons of interest linked to the accused by the phone data. This includes managers Simatwo and Mayo, intermediaries Barasa and Bet, associates Busunei P495 and Kogo, as well as lawyers Njuguna and Mite, and of course the ultimate beneficiary of the scheme, Mr. William Ruto.
In the case, Musheru is accused of compromising witnesses that want to testify against Deputy President William Ruto at the International Criminal Court. The defense maintains that Musheru is not guilty of the charges and that the prosecution did not reach the legal threshold to have a guilty verdict against Musheru.
The OTP bought into and latched onto lies, fairy tales, fantastical excuses, and rationalizations, all while ignoring obvious flaws and contradictions.
However, the prosecution has argued that arguments by the defense had no merit and should not have a hearing on the outcome of the case. Now, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has confirmed that by midnight of last Sunday, it had received party lists from 81 political parties out of the 83 cleared to participate in the August 2022 general election. Article 90 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides for election for seats in Parliament and county assemblies through party list nomination by political parties represented in Parliament and county assemblies. The 2 political parties that did not submit their party list are the Forum for Republican Democracy Fund and the Kweli Party. The Third Way Alliance Party has filed a petition at the High Court seeking orders to nullify the presidential nominations which were conducted by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission between May 29th to June 7th. In the petition, party leader Okoh has faulted the commission for conducting the exercise without verifying the presidential and independent candidate supporter list and accompanying identifying documents. Consequently, pending the hearing and determination of his suit, our court has pleaded with the High Court to grant them conservatory orders barring the electoral body from printing the presidential ballot papers until the supporters list and accompanying identity documents are verified and judgment is delivered by the court. The commission cleared 4 presidential candidates to vie in the presidential contest slated for August 9th out of a pool of 16 shortlisted candidates. And Roots Party presidential candidate George Okoh has now won the Interior CS Fred Matiang'i against interfering with his campaigns. Speaking at a rally in Kisumu County, Okoh said he would fire CSs like Matiang'i for forgetting their responsibilities and instead engage in politics.
They have no moral authority to tell a presidential candidate how to campaign. Somebody in the government is telling the world that this man is trying to mislead the public. I'm warning that cabinet minister, he'll be the first one I will sack when I take over the authority.
In his campaign, Okoh has also continued to urge Kisumu residents to turn out in large numbers on August 9th and vote for him, insisting that he will transform the economy.
Hata ukienda Israel, hata ukienda Uganda, ukienda South Africa ama Uholanzi, ama uende Canada, ama uende Zimbabwe, bangi imehalalishwa.
He added that he and Raila Odinga are the only candidates with a vision to change various sectors, including the economy. Now, police in Nyeri County, Mombasa County have launched an investigation into an incident in which area constituency development funds were broken and electronics items stolen. We're coming back with more on this in a subsequent news bulletin. This is News One, Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in McQueen?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest
Good morning.
conversation.
Tuesday. What does it look like on the roads today? We're looking at a build-up on Uhuru Highway, getting out towards Haile Selassie roundabout, and it'll take us into the city. And then out towards Westlands, we're looking at that has already started to build up somewhat here and there, but it still looks like a sleepy town right now. Not much on the roads. Looking at the Thika Superhighway, that's really slow coming out into the city. Yet to build up. We're likely to see a build up of that as the minutes tick by. That is for sure. Let's look towards the eastern side of the city where we're likely to have more action than anywhere else. Kangunda Road is building up and we're going to connect with Outer Ring in a short while, and that will see more traffic. The Eastern Bypass, just getting towards that AP Training College Junction, is where we'll see some traffic at this point. Langata Road will build up in a short while as well. Let's keep an eye on things this morning, and then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
.9 SpiceFM, Mombasa. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a
Only
man who
2 more
believes in
days and
punching
we
up,
are into July, the
not
second
down.
half
This
of
is the
2022. Just like that. New Year resolutions, gone.
One of the things about returns is the tax. Actually, you have mentioned something that I had never considered, but now that I think about it, tax return should remind you of the new year. Because it is a new financial year. But why it reminds you of a new year is you're halfway through the year and you will realize that a small fraction of the things you said you're going to do are the things you have actually done. What you haven't done, the bulk.
Bulk of what you wanted to do.
Yes, and the months are from now, July, August. These months will move very speedily. Yes, they don't move at the same pace as the earlier months.
Life is tough. How are you though, City?
I'm very well, thank you. I am very, very well.
Very good. And you, Ndu?
Fine, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's cold in here, right?
No, it's actually cold.
It's cold everywhere.
It's not just cold in here, it is cold.
It's just cold.
Yeah.
You know, the not funny, but the disturbing bit is that those parts of Kilifi, Kwale, and into Makueni County. Very dry. Dry as a bone. Past Temali. Hey.
And you're talking about places that are usually dry to begin with anyway, or semi-arid.
Yeah.
Now, they are completely arid. There's no semi about it.
There's nothing. And that entire highway to Mombasa, until you get to Mazeras, where now it starts raining. Or, well, Mariakani, where it's been raining those sides.
You know, when you speak that way, it reminds you of a time when we had such serious drought. You'd find zebras dead on the road, on the Mombasa road.
Oh, God.
Yes, and that road was strewn with wild animals that had died. It was actually quite an unbelievable sight.
It reminded me, remember the demonstrations that were taking place at Masimba?
Yes.
Where people were killed.
Yes.
Because they were protesting that animals have raided their farms and nothing is being done.
Yes.
That place is dry, my friend. I could actually see how. It's dry. It's dry. If I was a wild animal and I saw something green,
I would gravitate towards it.
I would head there. Anyway, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody, on this 28th day of June 2022, Tuesday. We are going to have some interesting conversations. Professor Stephen Kiamagitahi is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. He will be here with us at 7 a.m. today to talk about very many things that are taking place at the University of Nairobi. Primarily being the launch of the University of Nairobi Foundation. What is the UoN Foundation and what is it all about? So he'll be here with us because he is the chair of, he's the secretary of the Board of Trustees of the UoN Foundation. So the VC of the UoN will be here with us at 7 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, we have a conversation around the impact of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation on the electoral process and democracy. Alan Cheboy is a senior investigations manager at Code for Africa. He'll be here with us. We'll be talking about this. Remember, these are conversations that we're having as we head towards the general election, looking at information, sources of information, dissemination of that information. At 9 o'clock, we have a conversation with Ambrose Rachier. He is a well-known lawyer. He is also the chairperson of the Kenya Medical Research Institute's Scientific and Review Unit. And he's been here for how many years again? Since 1979.
He's been where? On Earth? I'm kidding.
Yes, on Earth at the Kemri Scientific and Review Unit. Serving over 40 years in that institution.
Yes, he has.
Hi-ya.
He wasn't always chairman, but he's been serving there.
So what will he be telling us?
Well, people talk about research, especially in this day and age when you keep talking about poll this and poll the other and poll that way and poll this way. Polling is part of research. People refer to it as a survey. Now, one of the components of research, especially the ones which involve human subjects, there is a board that reviews the protocols that people have sent to them. This essentially is a detailed manifesto of what they want to do with the research. Again, political term manifesto. Now, the board that one senior Ambrose Rachier heads is one among many such bodies that institutions that conduct research have. It's the final body that gives an okay to this particular study to say, okay, this thing, it's ethically sound, minimum harm, and it'll be of use to the community.
To the greater good of humankind.
Yes, it will be. It is that board that determines, or such a board that determines whether something can actually move on or not. Yes, if you have
so it's a very important one. It's the one that allows human trials.
It is the one that allows those trials that you've mentioned. Wow. You have a big study that is doing, if it's that sort of board that allows for it. If it doesn't, you're not doing anything. But usually they'll tell you, change this, organize this, revise this, look at this.
They're not there to stop you. They're there to make sure that you do it right.
They are there. I am not going to add on to something that has been said perfectly. Thank you very much.
Okay. Keep it here for that and more conversations. Ambrose Richia will be with us at 9 o'clock.
All right, so let's look at the numbers in the country right now. What are we looking at? New cases of COVID. 232 people tested positive for the disease from a sample size of 2,030 in the last 24 hours. Positivity rate now at 11.4%. Again, numbers are not too bad in terms of what we are seeing. However, the rate is higher than one would like it to be. So that's there. And let's look at vaccinations, which is also an important thing. A total of 18,736,222 vaccines have been administered around the country. Of these, 16 million were doses administered to the adult population. Total number of vaccines administered over the last 24 hours is 5,962, while the total number of people vaccinated in the last 24 hours is 2,194. So low numbers in terms of vaccinations. The hope is that more and more people will be vaccinated as we go. One interesting story that we found COVID-related. The pandemic has had a lasting legacy on the mental health of the COVID generation of students, exacerbating rates of anxiety, depression and self-harm, and resulting in a significant rise in young people struggling at university, according to experts. UK universities, for example, have reported that more students are experiencing mental health problems in the aftermath of the pandemic, and that is expected to continue with the cohort that is arriving in September for the fall semester, whose school experience was heavily disrupted by the pandemic. It's interesting because this is happening at the university level where folks were out of school for some time. So look at what we didn't really think about the impact that it had on children who'd been out of school for 10 months in Kenya, for example, and then suddenly were asked to go back to school and then have 2 years of learning in 1.5 years. We didn't really think about what that did for them psychologically. We just thought, okay, well, you know what? COVID has stopped us from going to school for 10 months. Let's get back and catch up, etc. We never really thought about how it affected them. And it's worth thinking about.
Indeed. 18 after 6. Good morning. We are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube, Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. Are you online? If you are, you know what to do. Say hello. We'll be doing our roll call shortly after we take a look at the weather forecasts.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on Spice FM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Mi siwezi ishi bila simu. Lazima niwe available kila saa, offline na online. Lakini sikuwezi pita bila kupata hizo text za mara nimeshinda pesa, mara nimetumiwa pesa nafaa kurudisha. Tabia kama hizi zinaweza isha. Watu wakiregister SIM card zao kama mimi, na ni rahisi sana.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, licenses and regulates mobile operators so you can enjoy safe, quality services at fair prices. Register your SIM card.
Cloudy conditions at 13 in Nairobi, highs of 23 and lows of 12. It's mostly clear at 13. In Nakuru, we'll see highs of 23. And in Nyeri, cloudy at 11. we'll see lows of just 11, highs of 22, 12 degrees and clear in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 12. It's 23 and raining in Mombasa, highs of 28 and lows of 22. And we're looking at light rain in Malindi as well at 24. It'll go to highs of 28. 19 and mostly cloudy in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18. And we're looking at 17 degrees and mostly cloudy in Kakamega, highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's 22 and partly cloudy in Kampala. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 17 and partly cloudy at 21 in Dar es Salaam, highs of 29 and lows of 21. 3 degrees and partly cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 13 and lows of 2. And it's raining in Lagos this morning at 25. It'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 24. 21 and clear in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 20 today. It's 23 and light rain in Beijing, highs of 27 and lows of 22. And we're looking at 21 degrees and partly cloudy conditions through Beijing. At 14, Paris is cloudy, highs of 26 and lows of 14, and it's 13 and cloudy in London, highs of 21 and lows of 13. And at 22, New York, Monday night is cloudy. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 19.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
$22 after 6.
Yes, and everybody's online this morning. Patrick Fikirini says he's tuning from Mombasa and says, good morning. Peter Ongera, now I check it online. He says, Nanikomta. Hey, all right. That's Amos Hissa. Good morning to Kana Central, specifically Kanam Kambi Mpia is tuned in. Idewa Francis is tuning from Mombasa, and George Mashuki is tuning from Kasarani this morning. Robert Boga, we see you. Wanjala Wile is tuning from Eldoret. And Patrick Iro says, good morning. Greetings from Kitale. Waiting for the Situation Room, my favorite TV station. Okay. Good morning. Have a fantastic day. Abut Wata also says good morning. David Kalinda is tuned in. And Meshach says good morning from Bungoma. Chalowa Ungem says good morning. And following with his mum is Brian this morning. And Ed Wa Mweki is listening. Adam Mweki. And Yegon, we see you. Good morning from NEP. Where is that now?
Northeastern Province.
Mm-hmm. Northeastern Province. Okay. Good morning from the home of champions. That's where Wanjala is. And Vincent Ogutu is tuned in as well. Everybody, Ben, Kemboy, tuning from Nanyuki. Laban Tanui Kapte tuned in as well. Good morning.
Joseph Masharia, taxi driver in Nairobi, tuned in as well to SpiceFM. Good morning. City. The proverb.
The last proverb from the country of Angola.
Okay.
The mysterious road beckons the young man.
The mysterious road beckons the young man. Young man inquisitive.
Young man wants to discover.
Young man wants to discover.
Young man wants to see. Young man wants to experience.
Young man risk taker. Okay. If you're young, take the risk.
Well, you know, the world is your oyster.
Yeah.
You look, you see, you say, Kwani.
Kwani, konini.
Precisely.
Okay. Let's look at the newspaper headlines then. www.standardmedia.co.ke. Are you a member of our online community? Please become one and log on to www.standardmedia.co.ke. Register and you'll have access to all of premium content. Ndu?
Yes?
What kind of premium content are you looking at?
The ICC prosecutor has linked DP Ruto to a bribery scheme, even as Gisheru dismisses the case. It's interesting. It's on the front page of the Standard today. So the two subs there. Prosecutor names 10 others as team behind witness tampering to aid Ruto. Gisheru says evidence investigators and witnesses witnesses did not link him to said tampering. So details of that. In International Criminal Court deputy prosecutor yesterday linked Deputy President William Ruto to an alleged bribery scheme whose architect was lawyer Paul Gisheru, assisted by more than 10 associates. This even as Gisheru linked the witnesses to NGOs, adding that they were all interested in accommodation, employment, money, opportunities and schools for the children in countries out of Africa. Okay? Gisheru urged Trial Chamber 3 Judge Maria Samba to dismiss witness testimony submitted against him, terming them lies, hearsay and unsubstantiated claims by grifters, opportunists, con artists and co-fabulators of Olympic proportion. How's that for some linguistic gymnastics this morning?
Con artists. What else?
Hold on. Opportunists and confabulators of Olympic proportion.
Nice.
I know. So while terming Dr. Ruto as the ultimate beneficiary of the scheme of things, ICC Deputy Prosecutor James Stewart argued that the managers consisted of a group of influential people associated with him and or his supporters. Now, he says there is no innocent explanation consistent with the prosecution's evidence, nor has any been suggested by the defense. It proves beyond reasonable doubt that the accused's essential role in the implementation of the witness interference scheme described below, which was conducted for the benefit of William Samoei Ruto. He says it is clear to us, all evidence points that this was the truth, and there's really nothing that has come from the defense that would counter what we are saying. Okay? That this scheme was put in place and the ultimate beneficiary was the deputy president. He named Gisheru, Silas Simatuo, Isaac Mayo, Meshach Yebei, Philip Bett, Walter Baraza, Elisha Busene, P495, so you know what that means, Peter Kogo, Mr. Kogo, as well as lawyers Mr. Jogona and Mr. Matei as the team behind witness tampering. He argued that an analysis of Gisheru's phone, his alleged close friendship with Mr. Ruto, Simatuo's position in Okoh, an insurance firm associated with Ruto, Mayo being appointed as Eldoret North Constituency Development Fund chair when Ruto was its MP, were pointers that they all worked to have witnesses withdraw their testimonies against the now DP. The common plan, Stewart said, materialized by April 2013 and continued until the close of the prosecution's arguments in Ruto and radio journalist Joshua Arabsang's case on the 10th of September 2015. Looks like a big blow that came from the ICC yesterday to say that, look, it points. And the defense has tried. There's nothing that they can say to counter this. Everything has been watery at best. And we've been able to see the trail. And it is clear to us who the sole beneficiary of this scheme was.
That's what they said.
That's what they said.
So Gisheru has just said, dismiss that. It's a fabrication.
He said, this is my enemies coming for me.
Yes, they've come
my
from Kenya.
My enemies are after me.
They've come from
That's
Kenya.
why, if not, this is nothing. It's just my enemies after me. They are grifters. They are opportunists.
These
they
are people
artists.
who just want their kids to get into good schools abroad via witness protection.
They don't really have anything. They're just looking for an opportunity to, better their lives. And they're using me as
we have to assume, therefore, that he knows these people. Because he's speaking those details indicate that he's speaking knowingly about them.
You can just tell their motivation. He's a lawyer. He's dealt with such people before. What kind of deal did Mr. Gisheru sign the other day?
Okay, so, here.
Right, his family gets some protection, right?
So, what was the deal in return for? Was he going to whistleblow?
Essentially, yes. That what was going to happen is that he was then going to give over all of the information that he had. It didn't matter what it was. But he sought that his family be protected because, just in case anything should go south, at least let my family be safe.
By the time you are at The Hague, things have gone south.
But at least let your people be all right now. Because the people then who he would be in fear of are not the folks at The Hague. You follow me?
So essentially, if things go south,
the people who might affect his family are not the folks at The Hague. Capiche?
Yes, I capiche it.
Okay.
Now, there's the significance of this story. I'm looking at pictures of one Mr. Gisheru. The years have been kind to him. Okay? And I think of the earlier pictures. You know, there are times the future seems so far and the consequences seem so remote. And the lure or the benefit of what you are doing seems so immediate and so rewarding. It doesn't occur to you that this thing will come back to haunt you at some point in time.
Nope.
Is this not such a case?
Look, the chickens will always come home to roost.
They do.
And they seem to be roosting really well right now.
Yeah.
By the time you're negotiating and saying protect my family, you know.
You do know.
Yeah.
You do.
Also, importantly, you know what you did. Forget what you're telling the court and what you've said in the past. You know what you did.
Yes.
Okay, it's 6:30. You know, sometimes I stop to think how lucky we are. I can easily get in touch with whoever I need to. Even Mama Aisha in Garissa can call us here in the studio.
Can you imagine?
Yes. Can call us here in the studio and tell us about her day. That's thanks to the Communications Authority of Kenya. They license and regulate Kenya's communications industry through the Universal Service Fund. They enable us to enjoy easy, accessible, quality and affordable communications wherever, whenever. They work to keep Kenyans connected so that no one is left behind, even in the far regions of the country.
Is it not a wonderful thing?
It is a very wonderful thing.
And the person who demonstrates this best is our friend Yegon. Because you talk to Yegon and you think he's in Nandi. Tells you, no, I'm not. I'm in Matu.
I'm in Matu.
Okay.
Next thing.
I'm in Garissa.
I'm in
Wajir.
Garissa. I'm in Wajir. Is it? Okay.
I love it though.
This connectivity,
It's
it works. How it works.
Next thing, he's in Moyale.
And you're wondering, surely.
And he can talk to us like he's just here outside this glass.
Actually, the thought is that he's probably just outside the door.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. Take a look at traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Mi siwezi ishi bila simu. Lazima niwe available kila saa offline na online. Lakini siku hezi pita bila kupata hizo text za mara nimeshinda pesa, mara nimetumiwa pesa nafaa kurudisha. Tabia kama hizi zinaweza isha. Watu wakiregister SIM card zao kama mimi na ni rahisi sana.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, licenses and regulates mobile operators so you can enjoy safe, quality services at fair prices. Register your SIM card by the 15th of October 2022. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects.
It's building up on Langata Road as we get out towards the city. Aerodrome is going to take a hit this morning. A lot of vehicles trying to avoid Uhuru Highway and then using that little slip to then get out through the upper hill exit into the city. Jogo Road is also doing that thing. In and outbound traffic is bumper to bumper just past the train station, leading you out to Landis, which is clear and free, at least for now. And then you're getting to the Kamkunji roundabout, which has some issues as you're trying to get into the city and then going out towards Racecourse. All right, Muranga Road not looking too bad, except for the tail end going towards the Globe Cinema overpass. And there's some traffic coming off of the Utali Drift, heading out towards the Pangani underpass, coming off of Kiambu Road. That has also started this morning. Traffic doesn't look too bad this morning. Hopefully we can keep just that way. Let us know what's going on where you are as the minutes tick by. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
25 minutes to 7. Page 10 of the Standard. DCI Twitter, where suspects are charged, declared guilty online. You know that DCI Twitter admin, the social media admin For DCI?
Which one? That guy with the dramatic language?
Yes.
Ah, man, please.
Now, his language is of Olympic proportions.
No. It surpasses the Commonwealth Games.
Yes. Hey.
I'm
I'm thinking that actually the admin is a woman.
Yeah?
Over the weekend they tweeted, wale hatujapelekwa Naivasha tuko wengi. Admin anatengeneza thread.
I see. Ndu, early on, we were pontificating on how it is when Mr. Gisheru at The Hague came upon this. Eric has also come upon this thing. Just same. Hatujapelekwa Naivasha. Who can it be?
Can it be? Play this guy.
He's a woman.
Investigate. Suspect was likely to be a woman.
Accused of murder.
Accused of murder. The DCI has increased its online visibility with regards to perceived lawbreakers on its social media handles. Narrations and reenactment of crimes on its Twitter and Facebook posts have created good banter among the online community. But sometimes this has come at a steep price, especially when those named and shamed have nothing to do with the alleged crime. Example number 1. September 6, 2019. Kelvin Osero, in a bid to continue with his New Year's resolution to stay fit, drives to a popular mall along Thika Road, parks his Honda in one of the basement levels, and proceeds for a 2-hour workout in the gym.
Honda as in car or motorbike? Okay, Honda.
Vehicle.
Carry on.
Vehicle. After burning some calories, he took a quick shower, headed to the basement, only to realize that his vehicle was not where he had left it.
Oh, no.
Someone had walked into the premises and driven out with his car, which was then valued at 800,000 shillings. Osero reported that theft at Kasarani police station, trusting the system to find his vehicle. A month later, a friend forwards a screenshot from the DCI Twitter account. The screenshot has someone holding a placard that had Osero's name and ID number on it. The tweet identified the bearer of his name and the holder of his ID as a thief. Unknown to him at the time, and to the investigators, Osero's ID and many other personal documents also went missing the same day his car was stolen, and the thief, who was later identified as Evans Soita Hamala, was using Osero's identity to lure unsuspecting Kenyans into his schemes. This Osero man may not be the first one to undergo such an experience. The DCI last month marked 8 years on Twitter. They have 1.1 million followers. Lawyers now believe that there is a thin line between what the DCI is doing on its social media handles and an infringement on the laws of private citizens. While some of the content looks like general information to the public, a lot of it is shared prematurely and could easily qualify as defamatory. This is according to Nairobi lawyer Okila Makanda. The tone, the language and finality of some of the content tends to suggest a determination of the case before courts have even had an opportunity to hear it. And we've even talked about this. Remember when we had Inspector Kangogo? And she was called the murderous cop.
Before anything.
And so it's the same. The one of the gentleman called Muvota who was killed. And then Twitter DCI posted the gentleman's name and said, this man is what is a prime suspect in the murder of Muvota. Few days later, DCI goes to court and tells the court, we have nothing on this man. But you see, his photo had already been plastered there and it had been written, this is a dangerous man, he's a killer.
How do you unpost it?
You don't. You can't.
And then
the damage done is reversible.
Yes, and there are people who will believe he is what they said he was initially. It doesn't matter what else is said.
Absolutely. And they didn't see anything else that would have come later. They didn't see the recalling. They didn't see the nothing.
Even if they see, they're like,
even if they see,
you've bribed your way out.
Exactly. You actually are guilty. Who did you pay to get them to reverse this thing?
Oh, who is your relative?
Yeah. But I like how the DCI has gone all out.
Let me tell you, when you see innovation, when you see that communication, it is a good thing. One must appreciate these steps, no matter how small, and this one is not a small step. Because at least you're informed.
Yep.
There's communication. There's
and
a back and forth.
Confidence that the police are working.
Yep.
So when they tell you fichua kwa DCI, you actually feel,
yes,
I can reach out.
Yes. Well, before it was a closed shop. Okay? What they know, and you don't know. And it stays that way. Now, there's a back and forth.
Yes.
Good stuff.
Yes. It's a thin line, though. Higher.
Recall once upon a time, there was this debate about nurses going to the UK.
Yes.
Nurses going to the UK, some not passing a certain exam.
Sitting exams, 200 of them and only 10 passing.
Yes, exactly. And it was the issue of the exam was in the English language. And those of us who sit in this room wondered, but even the exams that are set in this country, unless it's an exam in the Kiswahili language, are in the English language.
Yes.
Yes. And for these people to have gone to the point where they trained as nurses, they knew the English language.
Yes.
So what on earth were these people talking about? Okay. Right. Now, page 7 of the Standard states clearly that Kenya sends first batch of nurses to the UK. Now,
Batch of nurses.
Yes. This,
a batch cannot be one.
A batch cannot be one.
No, it cannot.
It is Niwengi.
Niwengi.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure I would have used the word batch.
Okay. How many nurses?
In this context. For human beings, no. The first group.
Thank you.
Yes.
That sounds like some eggs.
Yeah, and it also sounds like some vegetables that have been bound together.
How many nurses have been sent?
Right. Last year, this article states, Simon Chelagui said it would send, that is the ministry.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Of Labour.
Yes.
That's the it. It would send 20,000 nurses to the UK as it sought to improve the welfare of its migrant workers overseas. Okay? This is part of the medics who are benefiting from a bilateral agreement signed by Kenya and the UK government. Okay? Signed deal.
Okay.
Kenya, nurses, plenty. Kenya, send nurses to UK. Okay?
Yes. We have a plan to send 20,000.
20,000.
How many have we sent?
Initially, the recruitment exercise was marred with a controversy when only 310 it was not 2 of 300 nurses passed English language tests required by the NHS jobs. So I was referring to earlier on.
Yes.
Yesterday, okay, the government said 13 nurses had passed the test and were ready to work in the UK. In answer to your question, only 10 had passed, but now we're sending 13, and initially 300 had applied. See?
This batch is 13 people?
Yes. You people, why don't you appreciate these little steps?
Sorry.
It's taken more than 8 months for us to process 13 people to get jobs in the UK.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Okay, go on.
If you think this is a joke, let me just read it further. This is something the government takes seriously. Speaking during a ceremony to see them off. A person no less than the Health Cabinet Secretary, Mutai Kagwe, said Italy and Kuwait have also expressed their interest in their nurses, in our nurses being sent to their countries. So, in the next 8 months, we can expect Kuwait to receive a batch of 13. And then in another 8 months, we can expect Italy to receive. Now, the Italy bit I don't get, because in Italy they speak Italian.
Yes, mostly.
This is Kenya. We speak all languages. Which one do you want now? Next, Ukrainian. We will speak.
Right. This is what the Cabinet Secretary said. We have also received an offer for Kuwait, and we want it to be done with the UK process first, meaning 13 cents, let's finish with the UK first, okay? Then we can... The fact that Kenya's ambition is to become a healthcare hub by sending nurses abroad, okay, can only happen if the recipients are open-minded about the opportunities. Do you understand what he said? I'm just quoting. I don't understand what on earth he was saying. But it clearly means well. This is the thing you need to understand. Okay?
That it's a good opportunity.
That must be taken.
Many will take this opportunity.
I think that's yes.
Yes.
It's a perfect opportunity.
Yes,
it is a perfect opportunity.
It's a very big opportunity. I'm just wondering, what are the challenges? I mean, why is it that out of so many applicants, we are only able to process 13 after such a long time? What is the issue?
There is an exam that you sit for. In the olden days, it was called SAT. You know, if you wanted to go and study in the US of A, then another one came in. Now, the problem is not the test, but it is how the test is administered and how you are expected to respond. Now, before you understand it, you can fail that thing 20 times.
It's okay. Do you know how many people are applying to go to universities and colleges in the UK, in the USA, and they're sitting these tests and they're passing and they're going? In the last 8 months, if we just look at the students that have left this country, and these are Form 4 leavers, the people we are talking about here are university graduates.
Yes.
Specialized.
So it cannot be the exam.
Yes.
Do you have another word?
But I'm agreeing with him.
There's something
What
here
is
that
it?
doesn't make sense to me.
Because this is a big opportunity. Our president went and sat down with Boris Johnson and they agreed. All right, so you need nurses. We have nurses. We have qualified people. In Kenya, we come and announce, and Kenyan nurses are up here saying, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
You know,
so it's not a shortage of applicants. It's not a shortage of opportunities on the other end. So why?
Neither is it a shortage of expertise.
Yes.
You know, I'm listening to Eric, and I'm picturing this situation where Boris Johnson is talking to Uhuru and saying, UK, you know.
We need some nurses. You got some.
And Uhuru says, Sisi.
Nurses.
Nurses. How many?
Hold my cup.
Yes.
Nini ingine unataka?
Do you want engineers also?
Yeah.
Teachers.
Drivers. I heard you had a shortage of drivers driving your trucks for petrol stations.
I am your solution.
Yes. Even if you want ICT experts. We have many of them are in committee, but we can just release them and bring them.
After all, you people also send prisoners to Australia and started an entire country. Why can we not?
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, that was good news.
It was. It was some good news.
Good news.
Don't spoil it. No.
But Eric, let me just answer your question before we move on to the next one. Just in half a minute. What the UK requires, there's something called the International English Language and Testing System, IELTS.
Yes.
Or the OET. OET is Occupational English Tests. And then there's a third one. It is called the computer-based test. There are 3 tests that they expect you to pass. It's not just one, write your name, occupation, marital status. It's not one of those ones.
Wow.
There are 3 tests.
There are 3 tests, okay?
Occupation, English, my friend.
The reason why I mention it is because sometimes, now I'm speaking now as an educator.
Yes.
One of the things you did when you prepared your students for the exams, you tried to inculcate in them an understanding of how to respond to questions.
Yes.
Because you have the knowledge. There's no question about it.
Yes.
But how to respond in a way that would meet the threshold of the demanded or the required response.
Yes.
I rest my case.
For the longest time, City,
yes,
there have been centers that have been offering these exams, right? Where you go and register for these exams.
Bro, they're even available
and
online.
before they do that, they actually even tell you, come in, they coach you.
They do.
On how to sit for these exams.
And Kenyans know this.
That's how come all these people who are sending the remittances from abroad, they sat these exams. They went.
They do.
Those that have gone for postgraduate courses.
I am merely mentioning so that...
Now, anyway, remember, the Ministry of Labour and the Ministry of Health also said that they are training them on how to sit these exams.
That's government saying they did.
Yeah, they were saying they were doing that.
Okay. So that's only took 8 months.
Even if it's the government saying, and you are a nurse and you're looking for a job in the UK and you know you have to sit this exam, you are going to find a way to know how to sit this exam. It's Kenyans, Bwana.
Wow.
Anyway.
You said I should keep it nice?
Yes.
Okay. Defaulters are getting relief in the KRA aircraft car seizure law. What? There's a law for things. Okay. The defaulters, tax defaulters will be allowed to negotiate payment plans to avoid a swift sale of their assets in a new law, allowing the KRA to dispose of seized property such as ships, planes, land, buildings, and cars to recover debts. The Finance Act 2022, which was signed into law by President Uhuru Kenyatta last Thursday, amongst others, hands the KRA Commissioner for Domestic Taxes power to freeze and seize ships, aircraft, and cars and sell them off within 2 months to recover the tax owed. In changes to Section 40 of the Tax Procedures Act, the new law requires the KRA Commissioner to powers to freeze and seize etc., etc. He will alert a defaulter of the seizure notice to the registrar within 7 days in writing. Such notifications made to the registrar will only be lifted upon payment of all dues as directed by the KRA Commissioner. Where the taxpayer fails to pay the tax liability described in the notification within 2 months after receipt of the notification, the Commissioner or authorized officer may, at the cost of the taxpayer, dispose of the property that is the subject of the restraint on proposal, or rather on disposal, mortgage, or charge by public auction or private treaty, or as provided for under the tax law. But in a relief to defaulters, the new law opened the window for negotiation of payment plans. Provided that where a plan has been agreed between the taxpayer and the commissioner, the liability shall be settled within the agreed payment plan before the notification by the commissioner is lifted. So previously they would say, okay, you've not paid, you have a plane, in 2 months we shall sell said plane.
Right.
Okay, if you've not paid us this money that you owe us, plane no longer yours. But now, with what the president has signed in, with all this now power to seize, etc., he's also said, or now the act now provides for you to say, okay, guys, let's talk about how.
When are they announcing the next ship? I've been looking for a ship.
You need a ship.
Yeah, when are they auctioning? I need a ship, Bana.
This level.
Ship up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
Since I'm not shipping up.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
or the ship man?
What?
Man.
Reminds me of Emmanuel Talamu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write about composition about a ship. Right. This classmate raises a hand. Teacher, excuse me. Are you talking about the ship or a ship goat? Which ship were you talking about? So let them sell us a ship.
Yeah. Meli mashua.
Mashua ile.
Okay.
Jahazi ile. Tutanunua.
Hey.
Remember, we have access to money.
Who's we?
We, City and I.
We do.
People are not doing
Bank
me.
chairman, his friend. Bank CEO, my friend. Money.
Essentially, what Eric is telling you is behind the veil, you're not seeing Eric, you're seeing money.
Yes.
Behind this veil, you're not seeing CT, you're seeing money.
Nah, so.
When you look at us, just see billions.
But this ship thing, you know.
You had not been told, Abby.
No.
You had not been told that you guys are looking for a ship.
No, we had discussed it, but it was he was looking for a ship. We now, tricky because we is now business.
And this is what the board has to approve.
Yes, so you decided to float it.
Openly. Two comments there on the issue we're discussing about nurses. Caroline, what's Caroline saying?
Caroline says the IELTS and the TOEFL, which is what is a test of English as a foreign language, are brutal tests on English proficiency. Trust me, she says, I am a teacher of English. These tests are no joke. The highest mark is a 9. But I know teachers of English who've managed a 6 or 7. Now imagine all the what? Ongandwalas.
Ogandawalas.
Yes,
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
Riffraff.
Liffraff.
Okay, sour.
Olinzia?
Olinzia says, good morning. I'm following the discussion closely. I'm a nurse and currently on shift, working my back off to get 20K at the end of the month. Why wouldn't I go and get $1 million elsewhere a month? Because that's what it is, guys. That nurses in Western Central Europe, right? These countries that we're talking about, the UK, Italy, France, this is what they're being offered. $10,000 or about £8,000 a month. So you think about it, and you need to break your back for a couple of months to pass the test of English as a foreign language.
They will
do it, my
friend.
What you've done is walked down memory lane with the clarity that is astounding, because sometimes after the Second World War, or even a little earlier, the first migration of citizens of the areas of the Caribbean coming in, for instance, into the UK, they were brought in to do jobs that locals did not want to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Clean this, clean the other, evacuate this, evacuate the other. And then with the passage of time, or drive this, drive the other, professionals now started coming in. Reminds me of Germany. They brought in the Turks. Again, jobs that the locals did not want to do. Now, fast forward it to the 21st century, those countries have declining populations. These universities in the UK and in Europe, they are locals, there are more universities than there are people who want to attend universities. So they're making it pretty for
foreigners.
Yes, precisely, especially paying foreigners.
Yeah.
But now look, importing trained labor.
Yep. And then
In
giving you
government
all the
deal.
incentive to
yes,
stay.
yes.
To stay.
Yes.
Because they're not looking to create a vacuum or come and do it for 2 years and then go. Then what happens?
Oh, they make it even pretty.
Yeah.
If you go and study, say, in the UK for a master's degree, okay? Finished, they give you 2 years, within which you can find a job, do the other. So the whole of Europe is making it easy for foreigners to come in and live and stay. So I say walk down memory lane because in the present, that's what happened then. So now it isn't untrained labor. Again, it is trained labor.
It is trained labor.
But labor that you need.
Yes.
Indeed.
Our government is doing a good job, but I get a feeling that it's not doing the best job it should be doing here.
In terms of coordinating
We should have
this?
had like 20,000 being flagged off yesterday.
Coordinating this thing?
Eric has a point.
Absolutely.
I would expand it further. It's in all disciplines. For instance, I mentioned engineers.
Yep.
We have more engineers than we have jobs.
Yep.
We have more teachers than we have jobs locally. If you look across all the spectrum of these disciplines, the truth of the matter is that all these people could use a helping hand from the government to ensure. If you
Even
find
beyond that,
yes,
we have had conversations with Japanese universities here.
We have right here in
the
this very
government
studio.
of Japan has this program.
Yes.
We want as much as possible to encourage students from Africa come and study and work and live in
Yes.
Japan.
It's clear. There's no ambiguity.
Imagine.
Come, study, live, work.
Our government should be looking at that and saying, okay, so how do we actually coordinate, work with the Japanese embassy and coordinate this? So what we send the best, we send very good people, we send our students, go study, work, live. Then you'll come back at some point.
Eric, we had the Estonian president here in Estonia. Not only when you get admission, okay? And there's the fees, university fees are comparable to the ones we have in Kenya here.
Yes.
One, at the moment you get that pass that makes you a student, you're entitled to work. Not tomorrow, not the day after. So you study, you work.
Yeah.
And by the way, in that country, whether you're a waiter or a bus driver or a technocrat, the salary is really not that different. So the government ought to seize these opportunities so that the citizens can benefit.
And formalize them nicely.
Yeah, so we will leave it at that while we're still talking nicely about it.
Yes.
Okay?
How do you separate truth from lies, facts from fiction? In late 2021, Baraza Media Lab and 23 media and media-related organizations met and discussed this urgent issue of our time, and Fumbua was born. Fumbua is this new groundbreaking collaborative journalism project that's designed to tackle misinformation, disinformation, malinformation as we head towards the next general election on August the 9th. Now find out how Fumbua plans to enrich our democracy by listening to all our conversations every Tuesday morning. So today, we're going to have one of those conversations, and that's what we're saying. It's important for us to know how to filter information that we see and receive and read and consume constantly. A lot of it is deliberately designed to mislead you, and that's not a good thing. Keep it here for this and more conversations coming up. This is the Situation Room on SpiceFM. We're broadcasting to the world, even on SpiceFM KE on YouTube and Facebook. If you're online and you'd like to send us a comment, you can do so by tweeting us at SpiceFMKE or post a comment on social media, Facebook, SpiceFMKE, Instagram, it's SpiceFMKE, YouTube is the same, SpiceFMKE. In the next hour, we have the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Kiamagetahi. Good morning.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
President Uhuru Kenyatta has called on African nations to develop and advance a common agenda as the continent prepares to host the 27th United Nations Climate Change Conference COP27 in Egypt in November this year. President Kenyatta spoke during a meeting of the Committee of African Heads of States and Government on Climate Change on the sidelines of 2022 UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon, encouraged Africa to take advantage of its hosting of COP27 to push for equity and justice in climate financing. Once again, President Kenyatta regretted that despite Africa contributing less to global emissions, the continent suffers the most from the climate-induced crises such as drought, floods and locust invasion, while responsible countries are not operating in emergency mode. The fate of lawyer Paul Gisharu now hangs in the hands of trial chamber 3 of the International Criminal Court after both prosecution and defense made their final submissions. Gisharu made the court to dismiss the case against him, while the prosecution has called for a guilty verdict on all 8 counts that the lawyer faces.
How could these witnesses possibly have known in 2013 what the phone data would subsequently reveal in 2021? I note in this regard that the defense brief mistakenly alleges that the relevant contact details for Ruto were not contained in the phone data. However, this is incorrect, Your Honour. Proper inspection of the record reveals that the number is in fact reflected in the records, but there are no fewer than 10 common plan members and associates and other persons of interest linked to the accused by the phone data. This includes managers Simatwo and Maya, intermediaries Barasa and Bet, associates Busunei, P495 and Kogo, as well as lawyers Njuguna and Mite. And of course, the ultimate beneficiary of the scheme is to William Ruto.
In the case, Gisharu is accused of compromising witnesses that want to testify against Deputy President William Ruto in the International Criminal Court. The defense maintains that Gisharu is not guilty of the charges and that the prosecution had not reached the legal threshold to have a guilty verdict against Gisharu.
The OTP bought into and latched onto lies, fairy tales, fantastical excuses, and rationalizations, all while ignoring obvious flaws and contradictions.
The prosecution had argued that arguments by the defense had no merit and should not have a bearing on the outcome of the case. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has confirmed that by midnight of last Sunday, it had received party lists from 81 political parties out of the 83 cleared to participate in the August 2022 general election. Article 90 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 provides for election for seats in Parliament and county assemblies through party list nomination by political parties represented in Parliament and county assemblies. The 2 political parties that did not submit their party list are the Forum for Republican Democracy for a Seat and Okoh Party. The Third Way Alliance Party has filed a petition at the High Court seeking orders to nullify the presidential nomination, which were conducted by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission between May 29th to June 7th. In the petition, party leader Okoh has faulted the commission for conducting the exercise without verifying the presidential and independent candidate support list and accompanying identity documents. Consequently, pending the hearing and determination of the suit, Okoh has pleaded with the High Court to grant them conservatory orders barring the electoral body from printing the presidential ballot paper until the supporters list and accompanying identity documents are verified and judgment is delivered by the court. The commission cleared 4 presidential candidates to vie in the presidential contest slated for August 9th out of a pool of 16 shortlisted candidates. And Roots Party presidential candidate George Okoh has now warned Interior Secretary Matiang'i against interfering in his campaigns. Speaking at a rally in Kisumu County, Okoh said he would fire CSs like Matiang'i for forgetting their responsibilities and engaging in politics.
They have no moral authority to tell a presidential candidate how to campaign. Somebody in the government is telling the world that this man is trying to mislead the public. I'm warning that cabinet minister will be the first one I will sack when I take over the authority.
In his campaign, Okoh has also continued to urge Kisumu residents to turn out in large numbers on August 9th and vote for him, insisting that he will transform the economy.
Hata ukienda Israel, hata ukienda Uganda, ukienda South Africa ama Uholanzi, ama uende Canada, ama uende Zimbabwe, bangi imehalalishwa.
He added that he and Raila Odinga are the only candidates with a vision to change various sectors, including the economy. This is News Wire. Dennis Salcedo. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and what are we looking at on the roads this morning? It's picking up, and it looks like we're going to start in traffic hour a bit later nowadays. Jogo Road really heavy as you're going towards the roundabouts at the City Stadium. And just like that, Langata Road has picked up quite heavy traffic this morning on Uhuru Highway, then heading out into the city and then out through Westlands. Already really busy. CBD jam-packed, and the Thika Superhighway, there it is. All the traffic in all its glory this morning is coming from the Outer Ring Junction, going out towards the Pangani underpass, and it looks pretty busy this morning. Kiambu Road is also jam-packed. I don't know how many lanes we're at now, but it's really busy there, getting towards Muthaiga Square. On Limu Road, just past City Park, that's going to continue as you're getting out towards the city. Coming off James Gishuru, then onto Wayaki Way, quite a lot of traffic this morning. So traffic hour has begun early this morning, but it's quite busy. Keep an eye on things. So let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It's 7 minutes after 7. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room, broadcasting on SpiceFM and SpiceFM KE online, YouTube, Facebook. www.spicefm.co.ke is our website. We have a guest in the studio, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Before we introduce him and welcome him to the show, City has the final proverb from
Angola.
Okay.
Yes. The mysterious road beckons the young man.
The mysterious road beckons the young man.
Of course, what is implied here is that the older man is not beckoned at all.
Right.
He was beckoned in his days.
He was beckoned in his days, and he
Been down
knows
the road.
what lies along this.
There's no mystery.
For the young man, it's mysterious. For the older person,
so
there's
much.
that knowing nod and say, okay, you proceed. You will know what I know, hopefully. Yes.
So it's basically talking about, this is the age in which you're very inquisitive and you will be seeking to understand things and you will not be wanting to hear other people's perspectives of it. You want to experience it yourself.
It's strange about knowledge. It has a certain capacity to intoxicate more than any of these substances we keep talking about. Especially when it's new and it's revolutionary in your mind.
Yes.
My goodness, you actually can't believe that there is so much to understand, and with the understanding comes the possibilities of things that you can do.
Yes. Kweli kabisa. Kweli kabisa. Professor Stephen Kiamagetahi is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. He's here with us in the studio. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning to you, sir. Eric.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. We've been longing to have you on the hot seat. Asante sana umejileta.
Mimi mwenyewe.
Wewe mwenyewe binafsi. Kwa hiari yako. Welcome.
Like we would be told those days when we went to NYS, found a cover at the entrance. Said, umejileta hapa mwenyewe. Mimi nimekuita.
those days of NYS, before you join university, you had to go to National Youth Service.
Yes,
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
How was that experience?
Well, quite interesting. From the gate, you start receiving harassment from there. And you wonder, what the hell is happening?
What's all this?
And he said, no, I didn't invite you here.
You brought yourself?
You brought yourself.
What?
And
did the NYS have benefits?
Yes, by the time you left,
yes,
you felt actually the body is fitter. You are more fit now.
You had lost a lot of weight.
You have lost a lot of weight. You have made more friends. As you are doing drill and you are reduced to the same level, all of you.
All of you.
Then you bored.
Yeah.
Yes. And you run also a little bit that the body can do quite a bit.
Yeah.
Even when you are stretched to a certain level, you can be able to do much more than you thought that your body can. So a lot of these, but after you are through it.
Yes, it's after.
This is
hindsight.
It's a hindsight. Yes.
First week, absolutely not.
No. You want to get out of this place. But they are telling you, if you get out, no access to the university.
You're telling them, I passed. Among the very few in my village, if not the only one.
Yes.
Who has passed to go to university?
You think they care? they don't come from your village.
So that was
Karibu sana, Prof.
Yeah, so you remind me those days. Yeah.
You're the 8th Vice Chancellor of the UoN. You took over and you came in and you've done quite a bit in terms of change as well. You had been DVC.
Yes.
You know the University of Nairobi for many years.
Yeah.
How many years have you worked at the University of Nairobi?
I have worked for University of Nairobi since 1990. 1990 is how many years? Those are
32 years.
32 years. That's a long time. So as soon as I finished my BVM degree, I did Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine. I'm a trained vet surgeon. The minute I finished, I was hired the same year. I finished in June, I was hired in September of the same year. So I have not left that place since, except for a short sojourn, 4 years to go to Bern, University of Bern, to do my PhD. And then occasional travel of 3 months, 1 month, like that, outside the country. But most of the time, of the 32 years I've spent at the University of Nairobi.
You've been there.
I've been there. I've seen it all. Yeah.
So the changes that you have, you always felt, okay, maybe the university needs to take a certain direction in this and the other.
Yeah.
When did you start feeling and having conversations with your fellow seniors at the university on the direction that the university ought to take?
The university, I have gone to many universities and I have interacted, I've worked in different universities. And every time when you are at that level, you are teaching, you are a lecturer, you are a technician, everybody is complaining about this and complaining about the other thing. So I was part of that conversation.
The complainers.
Complainers committee.
Yes. Complainers committee. So when you go for 10 o'clock tea, it was a good time to just learn where is the university going. And nobody believes that where it is going is the correct place.
Yes.
So I was part of that conversation for a long time, as I indicated. And therefore, many times my colleagues would say, because I will also make contribution in this complainers committee, and they say, I think you can make a VC.
You'd be our man.
You'd be our man. But obviously it was looking too far there, so you don't believe it. You just give your stories. But now, when I entered in the dean's office in 2003, I was asked to serve in the dean's office. It's the first time I came there, I found there's no actual even a strategic plan. There's no direction. So I said, I need the first thing. So every time you're doing like firefighting, people are queuing to see you. People are complaining for this. So you just look, where are we moving? You are so busy, but yet you don't know where you are going. So I said, the first thing I need to do is a strategic plan. So I walked to the office of the planning registrar that time, and I asked, I need the copy of the corporate strategic plan, so that now I can begin to develop one for my unit, the faculty. And he did not have something. The only thing he had was a document of, at some time they had put the deans together and said, can you think, what are you thinking about the next 5 years, the next 10 years, next 15 years? Where would you like to see your faculty at that time? And every dean had written there, I would hire 5 lecturers, and then after I hire another 5. And then
and that was the size of the plan.
No, the strategic plan.
The strategic plan.
And then I will hire this, and then I will expand this. So that was the size of it. So I realized this is
There's a
we have
problem. There's a problem
We
here.
have a problem here. So we did. I mobilized the faculty. We did a strategic plan on what we need to do in the faculty of veterinary medicine then, and we began to implement some of those things. Soon after, I got embroiled in this Wangari Maathai Institute idea now. And a meeting Wangari Maathai say, we hire many people from the university, and when they come, we have to retrain them. There is skills mismatch. We have they come, they have degrees of environment, but when you tell them to plant a tree, they don't know even where to begin, how to dig a hole, what size. So Wangari then brought me to that idea of environment from what I was doing. See, let's see what we need to do to bring that experience you have to the University of Nairobi. So we began building the Wangari Maathai Institute for Peace and Environmental Studies, which we did. And then I got interested now to say, because I was involved in various committees, whether it is a student body. You remember the SONU?
Yep.
The student body, everything is chaos.
Constantly.
Constant chaos. So I started thinking, maybe I need to be somewhere where I can be able to contain some of this chaos. Because it is about engagement. These young people are not being engaged. They are not being involved. What is it we can do? But when you share in various meetings, nobody understands what we are talking about. These people need to be disciplined.
Children are just delinquents.
Delinquents. So that kind of thing. So that's how it came. And then when I came to the Vice Chancellor's office, I had all this knowledge. I went through also the Principal's office and the DVC, Human Resource Research Office, Human Resource Office, and I again learned a lot of things there. So I said, now we must make this university, one, it must be financially sustainable. Two, we must stop the business of taking our clients in circles in the university. When you come, you have some problem with some marks. You go to this office, you are sent to this office, and after that you are sent to that office, and after that you are sent to that office. We must, how can we have, when you go to an office, they can be able to tell you, we are able to do that, or we are not able to do that. Because we had, you have a chairman, and from the chairman you have the dean, and from the dean you have the principal, and from the principal you have the deputy vice chancellor, and from the deputy vice chancellor to the vice chancellor. And each of those offices
is a power.
And they don't have the documents on the desk. So when you come, after you leave, they mark the document to another office. Because they don't have. Those files, they don't have them. For every student, for every staff. So when you come, they don't even know who you are. They say, okay, what is the issue? You write it down.
Oh, no.
When you write it down, you walk out, they take it to the next office. And the other office, will be a senior person. It will be like a registrar, And the registrar also, is a big person. Registrar administration, registrar planning, registrar academic. So you also have several officers who work under you. So you also take it to that one. And the other one takes it to the other one. By the time you come, they say, what is it you said? When you come back.
Start again.
Start again. So we said, no, let us just get offices as much as possible. We continue to refine. We continue to refine until when you go to an office, they tell you this one is this way or that way. In fact, there are some people who visited me just last week from a university in Denmark. And they told me, look, in our university, we looked at all this and we were allowed by government. We collapse all those things. We have just 7 people, all the top, and then after that, it is just the departments.
So from the outside looking in, Prof,
yes,
it would. I mean, there, everybody speculating and things would say that now Prof has come in with a kind of bullish attitude towards pushing people out, but they did not see the chaos that was happening inside. So what you're saying now is now streamlining everything. Did it then absolutely require that approach that you've talked about, that you've seen in other places? It required the streamlining. Otherwise, the chaos that was within would have continued.
You see, I started by saying I was a member of the complainers committee. So the chaos, everybody knew there was chaos. You meet everybody, they'll tell you. The issue now was that this needed to dislodge some people for comfort zones. You get it? That is what now, it became personal now. You get it? So I was the one who was occupying this office, where I was the one now who was marking this to Eric and the others. Now this office is no more. So what is going to happen to me? Yeah. So that was the main issue now, that it is spiraled into that. So the issue was now to contain that. To say, no, you are not hired to sit in that office to do those things.
Yes.
You are hired to be a professor. You are hired to be a researcher, not to do those things, because many of those offices were occupied by academic members of staff. You get it? So that was the issue. So slowly, now they are starting to see, actually, that is the thing. Because now I can have more time.
So you're freeing them to do what they
were hired to do. What they were hired to do, and what they have competencies in. Yeah.
From what you're saying, it's what you call the tyranny of habit. Over time, people got accustomed to the chaos.
Yes.
Some liked it, and even found ways of thriving within that chaos.
Correct. Yeah.
So the resistance was now not resistance to you, but to change.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, one of the things that change agents like yourself perhaps get to grapple with, how do you get people to understand and to buy into this vision? Because you can see with clarity, and chances are there are other people who see exactly what you're seeing and agree with that vision. Even before you've talked to them, you say it, they say, yeah, this is the direction you should go. How do you get people on board? Now that you're VC, you're talking about the various colleges, you're talking about the people who run them. How do you get them to see what you're seeing so that they can embrace it and then make it part and parcel of the mantra of the institution?
Yes, there are obviously things in the books and the strategy, how you move step by step. But here, you're in a crowded theater, there is fire. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. The thing is, you need to pay the bill tomorrow. You need to pay the power bill. You need to do this. There are so many things you need. The students are queuing. They need to graduate at this time. So I when I came in, I started off. I said, okay, let's have this committee, and they go and they consult the people and they fight the views. And some of those people, when they go to the committee, there's so much arguments because everybody says, where is the VC moving?
How does that affect me?
So the thing goes like that. The report comes, and the report comes recommending more committees. You get it? So the other thing I say, okay, let's do this now. Let's go to the data now. It's because also data was one of the things, as I said, they are finance governance, data and people. I said, and the curriculum. I say, let's go to the data so that the people work with you now. You see how much you are spending in each of those offices and how much value each of these offices is bringing. So the minute you begin to collect that data, the people say, no. They know they are not doing much, but the data is going to refill as much. So they say, so the person comes back and he says, no, people are not giving data. There is no availability of data. We have a problem of data in this institution. So that was the issue. So therefore, that's why we said this is of essence and the speed is important. We must move very quickly because this is rescuing a situation. Yeah? Once we are all on the other side,
essentially it was an emergency.
It's an emergency. Once we are all on the other side of the river, we can ask each other, how was it?
But we must cross.
Yes, we must cross fast. And since I'm the leader of the captain, I must show the people, let's cross. And then when we cross, you see, you are safe, You are safe, you are safe. We are all safe. Let us now see how to fine-tune this together. We fine-tune it together for the us and for the future generation. So that was the issue. Yeah, we needed to move with some speed because everything was so bad. You just wake up, you hear maybe a vehicle is being auctioned because,
Wow.
Yeah, you wake up, some power has been cut in the student hostel because the bill has not been paid. You wake up, even in the main block, the main university block, you hear the water people have come and cut the water. Because the money has been spent in other places, you have bought newspapers, you have done this with it. So you say, no, we cannot have this. We have to stop this. And at least begin with the basics. Ensure that the water is flowing in the pipes. There is power for people to read. The library has the resources that you require. The teacher is facilitated to go and teach. Those basics first.
Yeah.
You do them. Yeah.
When you first took the job, did you have any idea of what you were going to be faced with?
No. I must admit, no. Because, although I was a member of the complainers
Even
committee,
despite rising through the ranks from complainers committee,
the
dean's office.
That is the decision I decided immediately after that, to empower everybody with the information. And I chair it in Senate, I chair it in the University Executive Board, I chair it with everybody. Before, there was some a bit of thinking that if this is known, that we have this problem, then it looks like you are failing. You get it. So everybody was saying, no, we have dealt with that matter. That one is okay. Yeah. Even if it means you write a check and the check is written, and then after that it's put in a drawer. No, the check, we can show you the copy of the check. It's written. And I think probably you have had those kind of.
How would you say things have changed?
Yeah.
I mean, looking at when you were on the inside, again, the complainers committee, and then coming to the highest then position at the university.
Yes, yeah.
How would you say things have then changed from when there was utter chaos until now?
Yeah.
What difference have you been able to see that other people also can attest to?
Yeah. We have seen increased efficiency of carrying out things. For example, if you take about the finance, the researchers, you are able, if you request for your funds to go to the field to carry out some work because you have a grant, you'll be able to get funds very fast because there are not so many steps. Yeah, you had your grant, the grant you wrote, you already had a budget and the series of activities you carry out, and so long as you confine yourself to that, then the approvals are just 1 or 2 steps. Yeah, and then we are online. We also put it online that if you can just be proceeding, money will just come to your bank. If it is a supplier, money will just come direct to the bank. You don't need to come to the University of Nairobi to follow your check. No, it comes from our bank account to your bank account.
Yeah,
without other middle people having to tell you the check is written or we are writing the check.
Yeah.
Yes, so there's a lot of efficiency for the suppliers, for our students, for our staff, on the many things that we do now. Yeah, there has been quite some big improvement and also a lot of savings. That we have made over time.
Your direction to cross the river has also, been halted in some cases.
Yeah,
some decisions that you were making, and for example, that are resulting in closing of some colleges, where the education CS comes and says, "Go slow on this particular matter." Have you crossed with everything that you wanted to cross over from the other side of the river?
Yes, interestingly, we crossed. Yeah,
you already crossed.
We already crossed that one. Because if you read the letter from the CS very carefully, it was not written to Professor Kiama. It was written to all universities in Kenya, both public and private, that it is important to follow these procedures when you are doing reforms. That is just what it was saying. They did not say stop reforms or something. It was saying if you want to do reforms, follow
due process.
Follow due process. Follow these procedures as we had already done. Yeah. I think what it was probably trying to do, if I look at it in hindsight, is just to avoid the people jumping into it just because they have heard Kema has done it, and they end up causing chaos in higher education sector.
Right.
That's probably what informed that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll tell us about that decision, especially this one of saying let's close some colleges.
Yes.
And what it basically meant and why you got into that decision. You'll tell us about this, but let's take a break. Kenya's biggest conversation at 7:30. This is the Situation Room. Professor Stephen Kiama Wageta, he is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. He's here with us. We're talking about the university, the changes that he's making. He's also the Secretary of the University of Nairobi Foundation Board of Trustees. He'll also tell us about this particular foundation and what it does. Sitting.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that people take for granted is what we're doing now. We are talking, the people who can hear us, some can even see us, some can even communicate to us through social media. All this is actually made possible by the efforts and the work of the Communication Authority of Kenya. Now, we as broadcasters actually have a responsibility. And that is to make sure that our content is suitable to audiences so that they can enjoy quality entertainment, and we use this platform for the public good. The Communications Authority of Kenya licenses and regulates Kenya broadcasting industry, giving you a wide range of choices in local content. The CA, or the Communication Authority of Kenya, doing all this is not just opening our country, but it's opening us to the world. And it also opens you to the very many choices that you have, but it points you to what it actually does, and that the choices that the Kenya Communication Authority affords you are the good choices and the choices that you have at your fingertips.
Indeed. Time for that break. Let's take a look at the traffic and weather. Good morning.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you a recruiter looking for the ideal candidate? What if we told you there's an easier, faster, and unbiased way to hire? Forget all the time wasting and costly hiring mistakes and instead focus on reviewing the best suited candidates from the start. Sounds good, right? We offer you a seamless recruitment portal and access to our thousands of job seeker profiles to suit your hiring needs. In just a few clicks, you will be able to select the best candidates ranked by real data. Sign up today by visiting jobs.digga.co.ke and start your journey to efficient and effective hiring.
Yaani mtu ako Nairobi na nimemuzia ng'ombe. Sijatoka shamba, lakini school fees za huyo mtoto nishalipa tayari.
Nikiwa na shida, naweza pigia hospitali wakati wowote na nisaidike. Hello,
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates access to communication.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Cloudy conditions in
You're
Nairobi at
listening to
13, highs of
Spice
23
FM.
today. Also highs of 23 as well. In the cloudy Nakuru at 13. It's 12 degrees and cloudy, going to highs of 22 in Nyeri today. And we'll see highs of 22 as well at a mostly cloudy Eldoret, currently at 13. The rain continues to come down in Mombasa. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 21. It's also raining in Malindi at 24, highs of 28 and lows of 23. 19 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28 and we'll see highs of 26. In a sunny Kakamega at 19. 22 degrees and partly cloudy in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18. While in Dar es Salaam, it's partly cloudy at 22. It'll go to highs of 29 and lows of 21. It's 2 degrees in Johannesburg, highs of 13 and lows of 2. Partly cloudy at 25 in Lagos, going to highs of 30. And 30 will be the high in a cloudy Kinshasa, currently at 20.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, at a few minutes past 7:30, we're seeing traffic still building up in many parts. This is when the city streets are waking up on the thicker superhighway, then coming into the city. We're looking at that slowing down quite some as you go past that Pangani underpass, and it's going to snake along really slowly, coming all the way down past the Utali Drift. We're looking at traffic coming off of Juja Road today, connecting from Outer Ring. That's really heavy. We're also seeing it tail back, really far back on Kiambu Road today. Also Limuru Road, just past the City Park, that continues. And on Uhuru Highway through to the city centre and out towards Westlands, that continues. We are in traffic hour. Let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings.
It's 25 minutes to 8. The conversation continues right here in the Situation Room. Our guest this morning is Professor Stephen Kiamagitahi. He is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. As we took the break, Prof, we said you're going to come back and tell us about this decision to close. How many colleges did you close?
You know, as I said earlier, we had several layers in the university. So we decided we must manage those layers better. So like faculty schools and institutes, we had like 36 units. And you know, each of those units, you require, you have an office, you require a secretary to manage each of those offices. You require a messenger, you require a record clerk to manage, because minimum, because, and in many cases also a driver to take the bus to different places. So we reduce those to 10, okay, which are aligned to our common date of teaching and learning, and we left a number which are also doing research, which would be supported through the funds attracted from research. Now, at the college level, we had 6 colleges, and then we had another 2 units equivalent to college. That is, we had the Center for Open and Distance Learning, which was equated to college, and we had another one called graduate school, equivalent to college. Each of those, so many of them, whether it's the colleges are duplicating what the faculties are doing.
Yeah.
Okay? These others of graduate school and the other are duplicating what the DVC academic affairs is doing. Okay? So that layer, that entire layer, we just whitewashed it, we just cleaned it like this. Yeah. Because the work which was taking place there, you know, I said I have served in some of those offices myself.
Yes.
So even if you just do like this, work just continue immediately, because the exams are being done at the department. Okay? The approval of those exams are done in what we call the Faculty Examiners Board, where all examiners converge. And they see the student, the marks are tabled. This one is a distinction, this one is a pass. After that, the only other body which can sit to approve that is the Senate. But now they would have to go to this other layer where there is no other, they cannot even say this one has not passed. Because what will be the basis?
Meaning they're not adding any value. They have no value at all.
You get it? So the thing is that when you finish at the Faculty Board of Examiners, then you take to Senate. Okay? Because, you know, the university, there was also another problem. The University of Nairobi was in existence for many years. You see, we said we celebrated 50 years, 2 years ago. The colleges were introduced in 1985, and they were introduced to deal with certain matters,
to meet
which we know.
Yes.
It was to meet political issues, because it was very difficult to contain University of Nairobi. And as a result, then it was split into colleges, including the student body, was also spread not the big umbrella body to colleges to contain the politics of the university. And even the principals at that time were being appointed by the president. The vice chancellor is appointed by the president. The principals of the college are appointed by the president to contain. And if you look at those who were appointed at that time, they had quite some good leaning toward allegiance.
And the president was the chancellor of the university.
Yes. Some good allegiance to Kano system that time. Now, come the University Act 2012. The University Act 2012 did not recognize any of those structures. The University Act 2012 provided for council, provided for Senate, and the University Executive Board. And then provided that any of those boards can form committees, but cannot delegate their responsibility to any committee. You get it?
Yeah.
So that act by itself, by coming into force in 2012, abolished all those things.
So it wasn't you who abolished them. The act abolished them.
The act abolished them. Yes. The act abolished them. The only thing is that because people are used to those structures, they continued having them.
Yeah.
But they are not provided for in the law.
You just don't want to fire people.
Yes, because those the only thing they actually recognize all those things. Those are committees.
So how did the moves that you make then affect? Was there any negative impact felt? And that could have been social and not just on infrastructure. But how then those changes that you brought about, slicing down from 36 to 10 in terms of, what kind of impact then did it have? And then how are you able to mitigate or deal with those?
Yeah, that requires time for hearing, because obviously, as I said, you occupy this office, and the office and the powers and the trappings that went with it are no longer there. You get it?
Yep.
So that is only time. Then you reflect, you see, actually, why was I so busy doing? Even if I was being paid extra allowances and all that, what was I
really doing?
What was I really doing? And many of those people have now moved on to do things that add value to themselves and to the entire institution. So that's why you saw there was so much of this, and then after that, people begin to come down. It begin to come down by continuing to engage them and to tell them, we are looking at the university of the future, not of now. We must anchor it properly in the law. We must anchor it in the context of the changing environment. That there must be value for money. Even the Constitution provides for that. You cannot just establish an office just to please some person, and then you spend money, but what you get out of it is less. The Constitution also does not allow those things. The Fair Administrative Action, which is 2012, does not allow you to have a structure which takes people out in circles. They'll take you to court. You get it? Yeah. And as a result, we are being taken to court left, right, and center because of this kind of thing. So by when you do that, then people start now to understand that this.
So they can now see your vision. And
they can now see the vision. They can now see the vision. Yeah.
There's something else that you have done, and that is, in the launching of, the UoN Foundation. So if we just start from the beginning and try to say, okay, so where did this idea come from, and to decide to have a foundation, and what exactly then would it do?
University of Nairobi has been depending on mainly two main revenue sources. And the third one, which has been growing now, that is the government capitation, which is, I will explain later, and also the charging fees of Module 2 students.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And the other one is research. Okay? That has been the main source of financing university education. Government capitation, come 2017, 2019. The government said, we are only going to finance the undergraduate students. Okay? Any other activity you do in the university, that is yours. Any other center you have established, that is your business. Any other college or unit you have established, that is your business. The costing of those things is you did it. As we know, did you admit 5 students in medicine? Did you admit 5 in Swahili? Did you admit 5 in engineering? We are paying for those in what they call differentiated unit cost. Initially, government said you pay 80% of the fees as calculated. But based on the number of students they have to pay for, that has reduced now to something like 45%. Yeah. So now, how do you finance all these other activities? So we had to rethink about our costing element. Now, the other issue is when students come to the university, you charge them a certain fees, even the model 2.
Yes.
If you give them value only equivalent to that money, it will be a little low deal.
Yeah.
Because it's like you went to buy, the person need to make a profit out of it to pay other things, and now you pay, but you can. So we have to rethink the whole funding mechanism of higher education to ensure everybody gets quality. You get even more than even the money you put in.
Yeah.
How do you do that? We must now encourage philanthropy in this country. And the University of Nairobi says, first, we have a huge population of what we call the convocation or alumni.
Yep.
Yes.
Those who have graduated from there.
And are in viable, career paths.
Yes, and they have benefited from the University of Nairobi. Their families are the way they are the way they are, their communities are the way they are, and the units they had in the country and the outside are better because of the training they received in the University of Nairobi. Indeed, any place I go and I meet people and I say I'm from University of Nairobi, I'm University of Nairobi Vice Chancellor, I see the people just getting elated, they get excited because they remember those days and how that changed their life when they went through the university. So we are saying University of Nairobi now is aging. It's likely to begin to get frail because the facilities are, and the weather is getting a little weather. How can now these vibrant people out there come and say, no, we must ensure our mother, our alma mater,
yes,
our nurturing mother,
yes,
the one where we took some milk, who breastfed us.
Yeah.
How can we ensure that this mother remains strong to feed even more others? So that's why we say, let's have our members of convocation have a way they can support our research, our teaching and learning, our drive for developing an innovation culture, our way for supporting scholarship for students, that no one fails to access University of Nairobi education because of lack of fees. University of Nairobi for many years was attracting the best talents.
Yes.
So we don't want now to slowly shift only to those who can pay fees, not based on talents anymore. So, those who graduated from University of Nairobi, wherever they go and they say from University of Nairobi, there is a value attached to them. Because University of Nairobi is known what it is.
Yeah.
But can you imagine University of Nairobi declines like this? And you are the boss of Central Bank, or you are the boss of KTN, you are there. And Nairobi University is just some funny thing where nothing useful is happening there. So even the people look at you and they say, how did you get here?
Yeah.
If this is a school
you went to that school?
You went to that school? No. So it is to your benefit that the University of Nairobi remains attracting the best in terms of the professors, in terms of students, because even those who are outside get value from that.
So the foundation is to make sure that those who've been through the system now are able to care for those who would come in and are not able to pay for themselves.
Yes, they are able to contribute, and this money is not mixed with the other operation money. It is put in a foundation, and it's protected there. It is used for only designated or agreed functions to the university.
Okay.
And then also, we have people who have a lot of money in this country. We want to continue to encourage philanthropy. So somebody can say, me, I have this 100 million Kenya shillings. I want to put in the foundation to support elimination of cancer in this country. Okay? The money is put there, and you say, only use the interest. Don't use the principal. Yeah? I put 100 million, hire a professor with the profit, and some of it for research work and a postgraduate student in perpetuity. And you have put that 100 million, nobody should use that one. They use
only the interest.
Only the interest. You get it? And now with the time, you see solutions of these diseases starting to come from this country. Because for how long can we continue waiting only people from outside are the ones who are going to come to bring solutions to our health issues here? When we have huge capacity, it is priorities of that area.
Right.
How can we ensure that as a people of this country, you don't need to have gone to the university. You probably just need to identify with the cause of the University of Nairobi, what the University of Nairobi has been studying for. Yeah. At dentistry, most of the doctors you find from dentistry are trained from the University of Nairobi. So we want to see how can we ensure that the dental school is equipped to train more dentists, to take care of more people. Yeah. How do we ensure that we have better facility for cancer, that people are not going to India and the other places? Because maybe you went to India, you are treated, but you have money. You say, no, nobody else will go through that kind of thing.
Right.
I'm going to put money in the foundation to ensure we eliminate this malaria, we eliminate this, we get vaccines for this and the other thing. So that is why the foundation is there. Because we are saying this is a way now for Kenyans of all kinds, including our members of the convocation, to contribute to the agenda, to the agenda of the university.
The University of Nairobi.
To connect with it. You see, you put your money and you say the university to do this, it did exactly that, and you say, yes, hula, I contributed. So that the university is not the ivory tower, and the people are just seeing it as a government thing, government doing this. No, there is a pathway now.
Prof, what is the management structure of the foundation?
The foundation has a board of trustees. Currently, the chair of the board of trustees is the chancellor of the university, Fijura Tansi, who is well known in this country in the philanthropy. The Tansi Trust, you know. So, on her own, she has also been supporting different universities, giving scholarships and all this kind of thing. So, she is very passionate about this as a chancellor. So she's the one leading this, and myself as a secretary. Then we have other trustees of respected Kenyans in this country. Now, when the issue is, we look at it, when we begin to manage that funds, we have to get professionals, fund managers. So the trustees is to ensure that the money is secure. Because each of them as a person, they are not interested, they are not there to pay or anything. It's just to secure that money. Then you can say, you have this Udmoshu, you have this Yenaflik, or any other known
fund managers.
Fund managers. You tell them, this is what you do. As we want, you bring our interest, we do this, and then there is the money, there is a transparency, the way it is controlled, it is going to support this activity and that activity. Even you look at the most fibrous universities out there, they started off this kind of thing many years back.
Exactly. And we've been able to see that, there's then been the perpetuation of education because, I mean, like you said, some of the most notable universities around the world have a rolling fund. Same thing.
Yes.
So then for here, the University of Nairobi, I mean, it's an enigma when people talk about it and say, okay, well, this institution that has been there for so long, can we make sure that it continues and then actually does take its place as a world-class institution? Does it mean then that you have to have been through the UoN system to contribute to the fund, or if you want to see this continue, or is it just anybody?
You don't need to have been in the UoN system. In fact, we have already received quite some support from different sources, and those people did not go through UoN. They only believe in the UoN mission and the mandate. And what the UoN can do, they say, no, this one I can put my money, I can bet my money on this one. So that's what we want. You came, you are attended to by a doctor from the University of Nairobi, or your relative, or your child was attended. They say, no, this one I want to ensure that I empower this university to attend to more people. So you don't need to have gone to the university, or sometimes you don't need to have gotten even any service from the university. You only need to brief with the cause of higher education and the importance of empowering scholars and researchers to solve the country problems, to make sure that the country becomes better and better in health, in agriculture, in engineering, in literature, in all fields. In fact, Professor, if you look at the alumni of many schools in this country, they more or less do the same thing that you're saying.
They call them old boys.
Old boys, yes. And there are many schools that have survived simply because of that same old boy network.
Yeah.
But you are right. The endowments that people give to universities, you'll find, for instance, there's one particular a famous endowment at Harvard, the H.T. Chang School for Public Health. $350 million was given by that family. 2 sons had actually been to Harvard.
Yes.
And so the public school, the public health school was named after them. Yeah. And you'll find many of those big universities, there are very many such institutions. Either it's a library or it's a nursing school. Yeah. You are right. The University of Nairobi was the only university in Nairobi for the longest time. Yes. I speak as somebody who went to it when it was the only university. Yes. So the number of people, and there were those who went before me. You are right. There are many. And many of them just didn't have the opportunity or there wasn't a mechanism through which they could contribute.
Yes.
But just going to the university, it changed many lives. Completely. I mean, it revolutionized lives completely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Completely. Yeah.
Prof, looking at the other sources, so you told us the sources. Foundation is going to augment revenue streams for the university. Capitation, we can see what's happening with government. Fees. You're increasing fees at the university.
Yeah.
Why?
You know, the fees, we say, look, for a long time, we have been telling you, you pay this amount, we'll give you the service.
Yes.
Like even you remember the recent case of fuel. They say, you pay this, we get you fuel.
Yeah.
Finally, there was no fuel. And everybody was saying, don't increase. Okay, fine, we will not increase. But you go to the fuel pump. I remember the Kenyans are the ones who are demanding. It is better you increase and you make it available.
Let it be available.
Let it be available, isn't it? So that is the thing. We saw, if we don't take certain actions, we are going to close our doors. Can you imagine even if it's a shopping, a shop in your area, in the village there is the only one which provides salt, sugar, and all that, says it's not going to increase. But then the market out there is changing for salt. Then finally you come, you find there's no salt. You eat food without salt. How does that help? And the shop has closed. So we said, we have seen many big institutions in this country close doors by just procrastinating, by failing to make a decision at the right time. Okay? You saw things like Uchumi, big ones, They just was there, and then after that, it is not there. Isn't it? We had the Kenatco, we had many things here in this country. Even Nakumat was there. So, University of Nairobi, for the sake of many of us who graduated from there, including my friend here, we cannot allow it to close for the time we are there. We must make the appropriate decision to ensure that you pay, even if you are not paying the full cost of what you need, at least to make us continue to get some air to live for tomorrow. Yeah. So that is the only thing we did.
I think the big complaint that was coming from the students was that they felt it was drastic. It was 1 year, this is the fees, the next year the fees has gone up, and you are not prepared for it. And even HELB is not prepared for it. So many were caught unawares, so to speak.
So I can explain that. We said no. If you are already at the University of Nairobi and you have your letter, you have your letter of admission, your fees will remain as was indicated in that letter.
Okay.
Yes. It's just like if you go to a restaurant, they give you a menu. They tell you coffee is
30 bob.
It's 30 bob or 20 bob. Chapati is 10 bob. You get it? And you order, you pay just what you saw in the menu. If tomorrow they find the Muga for chapati is more and they increase it to 7 bob, the people who come tomorrow,
they'll find a new menu.
They find a new menu. And So that's the same thing we did.
Okay.
And I think it is the same thing that happens even when you rent a house somewhere. The new tenant,
they pay more.
They pay more. So we respected that.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Prof,
yeah,
we've got to end it there. Thank
Yes.
you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Come again. You see, we've been looking forward to having you for this conversation.
And there's more to talk about.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Spice
Thank
up
you,
your
sir.
life.
Keep it here for more conversations in the next hour. Very good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Has called for urgent global action to address challenges facing oceans, seas and the marine environment, saying the world needed to upgrade from proposals on the subject to tangible interventions. President Kenyatta spoke in Lisbon, Portugal, where he co-chaired the opening plenary session of the second United Nations Ocean Conference with President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa of the Portuguese Republic and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He said time had come for world leaders to work together in the scaling up of conservation action driven by science and innovation to help solve challenges facing sustainability and health of global maritime resources. The Ministry of Health commissioned 13 nurses to the United Kingdom National Health Services. This after the governments of Kenya and UK signed a bilateral agreement last year. Speaking during the flagging off ceremony conducted at the Ministry of Health headquarters in Nairobi, Health CS Mutahi Kagwe said Italy and Kuwait have also expressed their interest to have nurses sent to their countries. The CS noted that the ministry is building the health workforce with a focus on health promotion, which will enable the nurses to come back as entrepreneurs to create more job opportunities. Kagwe has assured Kenyans that the cohort have been trained and prepared well so that they can achieve the scores they need. On her part, the UK High Commissioner to Kenya, Jane Marriott, said 13 of the team have been recruited by the Oxford University Hospital Trust, with an additional of 6 more nurses to leave the country in less than 2 weeks' time. Azimio Council will today meet to discuss a report by a special committee set up to address issues surrounding a petition calling for some candidates to drop their ambitions in the August 9th general election. The council, under the leadership of Secretary General Junaid Mohammed, will decide who should drop their ambitions in order to consolidate all the votes in one basket. This comes as disputes continue to erupt in Azimio on the issue, which has raised concerns as leaders who are required to bury their intentions call the approach a dictatorship and a repression of democracy. Nairobi, Samburu and Bungoma counties are among those affected. Among its affiliates, ODM has been widely accused of trying to perpetuate zoning, with the Secretary General Edwin Sifuna being criticized. Bahati Kioko, the Jubilee candidate in Mathare constituency, is the latest to find himself in the crossfire.
I don't know nani amewapea hiyo mandate, nani anaambia Shebesh na Sifuna. Who is Sifuna? And then Sifuna is saying he wants to give me a job. Who told Sifuna I wanted a job?
Hapa Mathare ilisemekana kwamba tumeachia ODM. Sasa Mathare na Mheshimiwa Shebesh yuko hapa ataconfirm. Mathare we have only one candidate na ni wa ODM na anaitwa Anthony Holwood.
Tumeongea na Bahati not once, not twice, not 3 times. Nataka kuambia watu wa Jubilee, huyo kijana we have offered mpaka kazi. Kwa sababu kama ni Jubilee, hebu tuseme hata sisi tuko na mipango yetu.
Now, police in Nyeri sub-county, Mombasa County, have launched investigations into an incident in which area constituency development fund were broken and electronic items stolen. The sub-county police commander Daniel Mumasaba says they have dusted the scene of crime for forensic investigations to establish the identity of the burglars. The Nyeri police post said 6 police officers manning the compound that has other government officers fired 1 bullet at the criminals suspected to have accessed the building after climbing over the perimeter wall. This as Nyali Member of Parliament Mohammed Ali now claims that his life is in danger after his offices were raided by unknown people. He says his tribulations were occasioned by his threat to release a corruption dossier on the Kenya Ports Authority during a Kenya Kwanzaa rally at the coast. The Nyeri MP stated that the raid was stage-managed as an incident of robbery as several electronics, including television sets, was stolen. Further, he alluded that the raid incident could have been masterminded by his political rival for Nyeri constituency seat, Abu Joho, as a means of intimidating him ahead of the August polls. Internationally, and a Russian missile strike on a crowded mall in central Ukraine killed at least 16 people in what a group of 7 leaders branded a war crime at a meeting in Germany where they looked to step up sanctions on Moscow. The leaders vowed that Russian President Vladimir Putin and those responsible will be held to account for the strike in the city of Kremenchuk, carried out during the shopping mall's busiest hours. Ukraine accused Russia of deliberately targeting civilians, with President Volodymyr Zelensky calling it one of the most brazen terrorist acts in European history. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
A few minutes after 8 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic still building up in many parts of the city. Traffic hour proper is where we are now. Jogger Road started off early, and it's still really a thicket of madness as you're trying to get out towards the city centre. Lunga is also doing the same thing. Doesn't look too bad on Likoni Road until you get to that Enterprise Road junction, and then out towards the southern bypass on the exchange shouldn't be an issue. All right, we've got traffic on Langata Road. It's seeping into South Sea. It's seeping onto Raila Odinga Way, folks looking for a way out into the city today. Onto Huru Highway, through to Haile Selassie, and then into Westlands. That still continues. Gong Road, pretty tight as well. There's traffic coming off Raila Odinga Way, feeding onto Gong Road. The Thika Superhighway is not letting up. It's crazy on Kiambu Road, just as crazy on Limuru Road. So let's just call it crazy traffic this morning. We're also looking at it getting pretty thick on Ring Road Westlands. Coming out towards Waiheke Way, James Gishuru also doing the same thing. Traffic hour is where we are. Let's know what's going on where you are. Hopefully not too much in terms of being stuck. Talk to us anyway. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
It is how many minutes?
The
8
only way
minutes
to start
afterwards,
your day.
8 o'clock.
Okay.
Good morning. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. If you're just joining us, this is the third hour of the show today. We are here every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pure, unadulterated talk every weekday morning on radio in Kenya. On Spice FM, also streaming the show online on YouTube and Facebook, Spice FM KE. And for 1 hour between 8 and 9, we are also live on KTN Home. We have another guest in the studio. Before we welcome him and introduce him, CT has the day's proverb.
Yes, this is the last proverb from Angola. In this series of proverbs, it isn't as though there are no other proverbs coming from Angola.
No, Angolans had only 3 proverbs.
Proverbs, yes. And that was Maliza. No, we haven't finished the proverbs from Angola. Yes. The mysterious road beckons the young man.
The mysterious road beckons the young man.
Yes. Young man, it whispers.
Young man.
It beckons. Young man.
Follow. Come.
Come. Quickly. Walk. See. Love. Experience.
Get character development.
Learn.
It's important. It's important. And you said there's a reason why they don't say beckons the old man.
No. The old man was young once, and that road beckoned him. And so he knows what lies at the end of this mysterious road or these mysterious roads. So let the young man have his turn on figuring it out. Because when they are told, they will feel, yes, in your time, these roads were not paved. They were muddy. There were more stones and grass.
Times have changed, old man.
Yes. We have concrete roads. We even have flyovers.
In those days, you walked.
This
on a bike.
Yes, and when you wanted to move fast, you boarded a donkey. Yes.
Times have changed.
We even have Uber. You move faster.
Young man goes, young man comes back.
Why did you tell me?
You were right. You were right. Alan Cheboy is a senior investigations manager at Code for Africa. He is here so that we talk about information and the kind of information that we are consuming, especially as we head towards the general election, and the impact of that on electoral processes and democracy across Africa. Misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. Alan Cheboy, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, you know, when you hear someone called senior investigations manager, where?
You know, your mind, unbidden, goes to DCI.
It takes you straight.
Yani, you haven't even given it time.
House, Kiambu Road,
if you're a little old, it takes you to another house over there, then another house called Nyeri, and suddenly you're thinking, this is not good for me. Yes. But you don't belong to that group.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are an investigations manager who's not a cop?
Not a cop.
Okay.
So this is mainly because investigations is a very big realm. Right. It's mainly associated with government and like DCI and the type that you've mentioned. But even when someone is in academics and you're researching, it's still an investigation because you're questioning facts, right?
Actually, you know how right you are.
Yeah.
Because the person who heads a research program is called a principal investigator.
Yeah.
And the others who support are just called investigators. Yes. So you are right.
That's true.
She's just calling you Detective CT Muga. So what is Code for Africa, Alan?
So Code for Africa is a non-government organization, and it's one of the biggest civic tech organizations on the African continent. It incubates several organizations that even in Kenya is largely known. For example, PesaCheck. I know many of the people in Kenya know about PesaCheck as a fact-checking organization looking at cases of mis and disinformation. But Code for Africa itself is much bigger. Like, for example, myself, I'm a manager, but I lead a team called the iLab, which is short for investigative lab. So it's a lab where we try new things on investigative work. And that is where now we find ourselves investigating cases of fake news, or what we call now misinformation, disinformation, and what we are going to talk about today.
But take us through your day. From like yesterday, you were not here.
Yeah.
So, okay, these are tech guys. They don't report to work at 8.
No, they don't.
So
but
let's just do a 24 hours. From whatever time you're awake to whatever time you sleep.
Yeah.
What is it that you do?
So personally, what I do whenever I go to work is I look at some of the trends that are happening. Like, for example, now we have a project running looking at the Kenyan elections, and we particularly want to focus on what could change public opinion, and is categorized as fake news or mis or disinformation. So what I would go is maybe I wake up, look at Twitter, you see all these trending topics you normally see. Is there anything that has an indication that is...
Hold.
Yeah.
Yani, you wake up, you go to work, and you're looking at Twitter. He kazi ni mzuri sana. Please go on.
You could be waking up at midday, by the way, just so we're clear.
Yeah, so I look at any trending topics. I flag anything that looks suspicious over that period of time. Same thing happens with my colleagues who work with me. And whenever we come into the office, we brainstorm on what have we seen that is particularly concerning. And then now we start doing some further data analysis. So we do have social media monitoring tools, media monitoring tools, and we are able to now start building what we call hate speech lexicon or disinformation lexicon. These are lists of keywords that if, Eric, you use this keyword, I'll be able to actually flag you when you use that on social media. So we particularly do that. We do the monitoring at the end of the day. We do the full analysis of the day to find out what has been the situation. Has there been any particular mis or disinformation being shared on social media or on the media? And then now we write our reports, we inform our partners.
What informs you that something could be suspicious? Because I think you're looking at it now with a different eye, right? Because if I'm reading the news, if we're reading the news here, we're looking at then, could it be true? But you're looking at it from, could it be suspicious?
Yeah.
You see? So if I see a picture of something and there is melee on the Thika superhighway, for example, I'll look at the picture and say, actually, you know what? This is not true because there's a different colored bus. It could not be 2022.
Yeah.
It could not be 2022 because these buses are not in operation anymore. So I look and say, okay, this is probably a picture that somebody lifted from somewhere else. It's not current.
Yeah.
So how are you looking at these things that come to you on through which lens are you looking at to say, okay, this is suspicious?
Yeah, definitely. So maybe just to explain further, the difference between fact-checking and the kind of work we do is that fact-checkers look at the content. So if they look at Facebook or Twitter and they see a post that is false, like you're mentioning, they will debunk it. So what they do is they verify it with the authorities, with people who actually know what the real information is, and they give factual information. So that's what you always see as, this is false, this is true, whenever you look at fact checks. So how we approach it at the iLab is we look at suspicious networks or coordinated people who are working in a coordinated way. So like a trending hashtag on Twitter that is kind of passing us a particular message. Like recently we saw, that there was a trending hashtag saying no Raila, no peace. So you start asking yourself what is that hashtag passing as a message? Then now, is there any coordinated amplification? So like, are there people behind it that are trying to amplify that specific messaging? So for us, we look at more of the networks and the people behind it. We are trying to identify the key actors rather than the individual pieces of content. The content will be part of it, that will be misinformation, but we try to look at the drivers. So what is really behind this machine called mis and disinformation.
And what do you find? What do you, like in this particular case, no Raila, no peace, you wake up and find this hashtag is actually among the top 2, top 3, top 4. Then you start digging into who's behind it. Are there, several accounts that are amplifying it deliberately? Are you able to determine why? Or the game plan?
Definitely. So there are several cases. So there are several things that we always pick up. One of the most important one is that even in Kenya, and we've seen it happening in several other elections in Africa, including the most recent Nigerian elections. But here in Kenya, we've seen an industry of professional pundits. I might call them pundits because these are people who are paid to amplify particular messaging. It could be not disinformation, but at the end of the day, it's messaging that you want some of the people to see and to change perception of some of the Kenyans. It's only when it comes to a realm when it's now disinformation is where now we are very concerned about it, or hate speech for that matter. So we always find evidence of like people who are actually being paid. I'm sure there are several reports that have been put out there where we are seeing this happening. We also see the situation where people are doing, so we call it trend manipulation. So people are trying to game Twitter's trending algorithms to actually make these hashtags trend. And that is something that is happening here in Kenya at the moment. We're also seeing evidence of a very concerted effort to drive people off platforms such as Facebook or Twitter into WhatsApp, into Telegram, which then becomes even more concerning because like for an investigator like myself, I'm able to actually analyze data that is on Facebook or on Twitter. But when it shifts to WhatsApp and Telegram, then it kind of blinds investigators.
It's a closed network, so you are not able really to tell how many people
happening.
are seeing it and where it's spreading.
Yeah.
So in these particular cases, for example, when you talk about there are people who could be trying to game the algorithms, how do they do that?
So normally when you look at Twitter, and of course I don't have the nitty-gritty understanding of how Twitter's trending algorithm works, but for something to trend in Kenya, you would probably need about 1,000 tweets, right? Or about 1,500. And you'd see that starting get picked up on
with the same keyword. Or
yes,
something.
with the same keyword. So like with a hashtag or using a particular keyword as So we've started seeing several indicators where we call it poll-based amplification. So you wake up, you look at the hashtag, and it says retweet for this person, like for this person. That is basically an amplification strategy, because if Eric amplifies that, CT goes and says, retweet or like, because you're driven by your own intuition on what you need to vote for, right, between those two. But what happens is that you realize that there is a hashtag that has been accompanied on that message. And that way you start realizing that this hashtag is now trending because of this retweet. So those are some techniques that are being used. We are already starting to see evidence of people who are saying, the first 200 people to like this, you'll win lunch. You see, like that amplifies the information at the end of the day. So those are some of the things we are picking up at the moment as strategies to actually game this algorithm.
So when you pick something up and you say that you're trying to then, when you see something suspicious, and then you start to look at the drivers of this. So whom are you looking at, for example? Are you looking for the person who would have started a hashtag, for example? Are you looking at the subject of the thing that is trending in this case? Like you said, no Raila, no peace. Are you looking for the subject himself? May he have said something over the last week then that would have spurred this emotion on to then create this hashtag? What exactly do you look at then for us to know whether or not this particular trend was true?
Yeah, definitely. So most of the trends we see online, most of them will have like an offline like source, ideally, because even the Jacaranda case that happened recently, it led to a spike in like the mentions of the name Jacaranda itself, and Jacaranda was risen to trending topics. So that means offline decisions and things that happen offline actually have an impact on the online spaces. So what we try to look at is, first of all, has there been an offline event that could trigger people to start a conversation around this? If there was no offline event and something is actually trending and it's concerning, then I would now be particularly interested in who is behind this specific trend, And maybe just to walk back, and I think it might be important to just to understand what is the difference between the three words that you mentioned, mis, dis, and malinformation, for us to understand the drivers at the end of the day, right? So misinformation is basically information that someone shares without knowing it's false. So I would probably receive a WhatsApp message with false information, and I see, okay, let me help my family members in my WhatsApp group. This looks like really interesting information, and you forward it to the WhatsApp group.
Right.
That is misinformation, because I'm not deliberately sharing it to harm the recipients of that information. But disinformation is more concerning, and this is now what we focus on, particularly because this is where deliberate effort is used to actually deceive the recipient of that specific information. So it is deliberate. Like this is someone who actually sits down, creates a campaign, and launches it to deceive either citizens or even individual people. Malinformation is particularly interesting because it's like cases where true information is actually used is shared to the public with ill intentions. So it might be like you've seen cases of political opponents sharing nudes about each other, sharing information that is really, really private about each other. So that is malinformation. So these two are the most high risk in terms of like the drivers of mis and disinformation, or fake news as people call it. So once you understand that disinformation is a very, very critical thing for us to focus on, then now you try to see if this is deliberate. Who do I need to be focusing on? If you see a trending hashtag, who do I need to be focusing on? So what we do, we use social media network analysis to try and find out who started the trend, for example. And that will be an interesting account to us. Then
Are you able to tell where a trend started?
Yes.
You can track back and see. So we are already past 1,000 tweets.
Yes.
But you can see the original tweet.
Yes.
Okay.
So if I enter that hashtag in our social media monitoring tools, I just need to look for the first post mentioning the hashtag, right? So they're becoming smarter. They delete the first one, but those are loopholes we have to navigate through. But we can identify the first person to actually post a hashtag. We can identify influencers who end up retweeting a particular post, and because they have a very huge following, then it gets there is a spike in now the number of people who see it. We can identify people who actually try to amplify it. We've now started seeing people creating bot accounts on Twitter to actually amplify such kind of messages. And once we identify specific accounts of interest, we now walk back and see forensically who are these accounts linked to and whose interests are they serving. And then now you walk back from that and you start now deciding now, is there any influence, or we call it influence operation. You're trying to influence the public opinion. Is there an influence operation behind this specific trend that we are seeing?
Have you come across such, where there's actually money that's been put aside to send a certain message or to influence people's perceptions about a certain issue, especially when it comes to this politics, as we are running the politics now?
Yeah, we have. I wouldn't want to mention names right now, but we have, and even starting in the 2017 elections, you remember about the case about Cambridge Analytica. That was particularly interesting because they, even the leadership of Cambridge Analytica were kind of caught in hidden camera saying that we did sponsor XXX. So we try to imagine now in this specific election so far, how do we walk back and identify those people that are actually sponsoring this? And then through the media, we now kind of say, this is what is happening. Kenyans need to be aware of this thing that is happening. And then now you kind of do mass education. And because at the end of the day, I know it is a political game, right? Using mis and disinformation and propaganda is still a political game that people are using.
There's this issue of what you're referring to as a game being acceptable. But then there's a line here where it is illegal. So how do you determine that, fine, it's cutting thinly on the fence, it's walking on fairly thin ice, and at what point do you determine that this thing is outrightly illegal and it's prosecutable?
So unfortunately for us, I don't think the Kenyan law allows for us to really tackle that. We are now partnering with NCIC to just figure out ways and methodologies of now kind of leading to prosecution, if need be, for people who cross that specific line. And NCIC has a very, very interesting way of determining those specific events. So what we do is we help with the analysis. We kind of bring out all the indicators around a particular issue, and we work with NCIC to now figure out where is it now, for example, hate speech. Hate speech is something that crosses the line. If someone goes online and says, we need to remove this kind of people from this region because they historically don't belong here, and uses those coded words we've seen before, that now crosses the line at the end of the day. And it's now considered as hate speech, which is bias on a ethnic profiling. And that means that now it becomes concerning even to government entities, and it now goes to a point where it needs to be taken action. But now there is something that we've seen as a limitation at the end of the day, whereby my recommendation is usually, why don't we have this included in the electoral code of conduct, whereby for a politician to participate in elections, you have to sign this code of conduct that says you can't do X, Y, Z. And this elections code of conduct is now like a Bible for us to say, and there is consequences. So the only thing I need to mention is there needs to be provided consequences for this.
Should you breach the code?
Should you breach this
But
happens.
then, they'll come in and say, I'm not the one who actually started this. I am not aware. There's a bunch of people who started this misinformation or disinformation campaign. I am not, I totally disassociate myself from these people. They'll do that.
That's true.
Signing a code of conduct, really, okay, it could take us at a certain step, but probably it's identifying the notorious people and then the DCI doing the job that they ought to be doing.
That's true. And I think that's where we are now. That's why you're seeing people starting to get prosecuted for that kind of amplification and campaigns.
But, sorry, go ahead, Ndo.
I'm curious to know then, what action is taken after you come in the morning and you find that there's suspicious things doing the trend? What you then do with the information once you found that, hold on a minute, this is a bit dodgy, and then you do your trace back. What happens then to deal with the issue?
So we approach it in two ways. Our investigations give findings in two levels. So the first thing is we identify the trends and what we call the tactics and the narratives that are being shared by these individuals. And then we try to counter it by now sharing with the public the factual information around that particular issue. Yeah. So like recently we saw cases of like amplification of narratives that are trying to discredit an institution like the IEBC. Yeah. So that is definitely concerning. If you do an investigation and you find that these accounts that are spreading this type of information are fake accounts, you can't even really track who this person is. We do hand over that to authorities for them to now do the forensic work and track them, because we don't have the mandate to do that kind of investigations and to arrest anyone at the end of the day, right? So we do hand over the cases, we call them cases, to entities like the NCIC for them to liaise with the DCI to follow up on that. But as Code for Africa, as an NGO, we try now to work with partners to share the correct messaging from the narratives that we are seeing online, which I think that is more impactful, because you need to now figure out where is this conversation heading and how can you tell Kenyans this is actually not true, and we now need to focus on this information that is true. Yeah.
Time for a break. 8:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Alan Cheboy is a senior investigations manager at Code for Africa. We are talking about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and the impact that is having on elections and democracy, not only in our country, but across the continent. Ndu, the Communications Authority has been doing a lot of work.
Let me tell you, fam, it has. All online. We're all online, right? Kids are always talking about, follow us this, YouTube that. But as a parent, you know that letting them explore the internet then comes with its own dangers. Luckily, you know that the Communications Authority of Kenya works diligently in managing Kenya's cyberspace, educating us on what to watch out for whenever we are online. So we are safe. As a parent, you now know how much good things kids can gain online and what sites they should or should not visit. Oh, by the way, engaging strangers online is a no-no for children. The Communications Authority of Kenya is opening your world.
We'll be back shortly after we take a look at the weather and traffic. Good morning.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Wait. Have you seen the message I've sent you? I always knew they can never be trusted, these guys.
Okay, I've seen it, but where did you get that information from?
Someone forwarded me the message and they say they got it from a very reliable source. I can never lie to you.
Okay, but what are these sources?
Sasa, now you want to interrogate me and I'm just forwarding as received. Wait, majameneni. Don't shoot the messenger. Me, I'm telling you.
How do you separate the truth from the lies and facts from opinion? The election season is a period where violence, votes, and many other incidents can be influenced or triggered by a news item. When was the last time you questioned the validity of the news you saw on social media, WhatsApp, tabloids, or blogs? Where do you go to fact-check what you see or hear? Fumbua is a groundbreaking collaborative journalism project designed to tackle misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation ahead of the Kenyan elections in 2022. For more information and updates, follow Fumbua Kenya on Facebook, at Fumbua KE on Twitter, or fumbua.ke on Instagram.
Africa is rapidly growing, and Merck Foundation is raising awareness about different social and health issues through fashion and art with purpose. Our Africa TV show on KTN Home will talk about issues that matter to you, such as diabetes awareness, ending child marriage, supporting girl education, and breaking infertility stigma, among other topics affecting the continent. Join Merck Foundation CEO Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. as she talks to fashion designers, singers, and other personalities from across Africa. Only on KTN Home. The University of Nairobi, the leading university in Eastern Central Africa, invites its alumni, well-wishers, and partners to the auspicious launch dinner of the UoN Foundation on Thursday, 30th June from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Chancellor's Court, Graduation Square. The foundation will support the university in fulfilling its mission of teaching and learning, research, and community service. To attend, register and get your tickets on tikohub.co.ke for only 5,000 shillings. To support, donate, and inquire, visit www.uonfoundation.uonbi.ac.ke. The UoN Foundation. Together for change.
Yani kila station iko na news and more.
Music Kisha, wake husbands of Kayole.
Dad, naweza watch cartoons.
We, baadaye toto. Lazima nihakikishe kwamba haangalii vipindi vichafu na vinavyoeneza chuki.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, regulates the broadcasting industry, ensuring a wide range of local content and responsible use of broadcasting platforms for the public good. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Mi siwezi ishi bila simu. Lazima niwe available kila saa, offline na online. Lakini siku hezi pita bila kupata hizo text za mara nimeshinda pesa, mara nimetumiwa pesa nafaa kurudisha. Tabia kama hizi zinaweza isha watu wakiregister sim card zao kama mimi, na ni rahisi sana.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, licenses and regulates mobile operators so you can enjoy safe, quality services at fair prices. Register your SIM card by the 15th of October 2022. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Something exciting is brewing. Women have boldly and courageously stepped forward. They have what it takes to be Miss President. Don't miss out on this new exciting season of Miss President 2, premiering on 30th June only on KTN Home.
Looking at cloudy conditions this morning in Nairobi, we'll go to highs of 23 and lows of 12 today. Nakuru, sunny at 14, highs of 23 and lows of 12. 11 with the low, and a mostly sunny Nyeri at 15, going to highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 22 as well in a sunny Eldoret, currently at 14. It continues to rain in Mombasa at 23, highs of 28 and lows of 22. While in Malindi, it's raining at 25. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 24 today. The sun is up in Kisumu at 20. We'll see highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Kakamega at 20. Looking into a partly sunny Kampala, 23 at the moment, highs of 26 and lows of 18, while at 23, Dar es Salaam is sunny, highs of 29 and lows of 22. It's lowering in temperature in Johannesburg. It's 2 degrees. That'll be today's low, going to highs of 13, and it's mostly cloudy now in Lagos at 25, highs of 30 and lows of 24. The sun is up as well at 21 in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 20.
Chilled Spice.
It still continues on Langata Road this morning, moving really slowly, but we're just past the junction after the Wilson Airport, so you should be all right then heading towards the interchange that's still yet to be completed. On Uhuru Highway, really thick past the avenue that goes, rather the junction that turns into South Sea. That started really early today as well as you're going out towards Haile Selassie. All right, really messy in the CBD, guys. Traffic is moving really slowly. And survey then out towards the Pangani underpass. Traffic continues there as it does on Kiamburu Road and Limuru Road this morning. Coming out of Westlands, also pretty slow. Don't forget, you can use the Red Hill Link Road. It'll take you out of the drama that comes off James Gishuru and on to Wayaki Way this morning. Tell us what's going on, where you are. Hopefully we can keep it safe. Let's do it. Visibility is poor in certain areas, so lights up, guys. You're going to need them. Talk to us. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
21 minutes to 9. Kenya's biggest conversation continues on Spice FM. This is a Situation Room. Our guest this morning is Alan Cheboy. He's a senior investigations manager at Code for Africa. We're talking about the impact of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation on elections and democracy in the continent. City.
What I was wondering was, I'm listening to what you're saying. Does it not mirror what NIS also does? And just asking.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm asking that, is there a way in which the two of you complement each other? Because it is, the spectrum of investigations is broad.
Yeah.
Now, they look at other things that you probably don't look into. But again, the question, is it possible for these services to be complementary? You're already working with NCIC, government body. This other one also, government body.
That's an interesting question. But yes, I do agree that both of that is intelligence gathering.
Yes.
Like basically the core concept of the work we do on researching mis and disinformation is gathering intelligence. And this intelligence enables us to now counter any impact of that mis and disinformation. So I do agree that partnering between different agencies that do the same work is okay, but for us, we do focus more on open source information, or open source intelligence. And this means this is information that any other person can be able to find, any other person can be able to redo an investigation that I do using the methodologies that I have. So we try to focus more on that realm where it is open for everyone, it is transparent for everyone to see how we did it, why we arrived at these specific conclusions, which I think it might be different for NIS.
Not might, is.
So we're in election season, many people calling it silly season, crazy's day out kind of thing. So there's a lot of things flying around. What are some of the trends that you've seen so far? And are they likely to get, even stickier as we're going closer to August 9th?
Yeah, definitely. We're actually seeing an increase or a pickup of all the trends. So we've been monitoring this since 2020. So that is as far back as, about two years ago. Actually, our first report on social media network analysis targeting electoral processes was in 2020, I think July of 2020. And at that time, our core finding was that at that specific point in time, networks had started being created to amplify this kind of conversations. So we do expect that as we near the election period, August 9, this will particularly increase. And that is why we are trying to amplify this messaging out there as quickly as possible, so that by the time it reaches August 9th, Kenyans have that informed decision. Some of the things we are picking up at the moment. So one of the key things is that trend manipulation is something that is happening, as I mentioned, trend manipulation, and that is very concerning to us because then it gets the eyes of very many people. The second thing that we've seen is, as I mentioned, paid propaganda machines. So these are people who are paid to actually spread this propaganda. And we need to now figure out how do we counter such kind of efforts. And then number 3 is we've now seen platforms such as TikTok being now the heaven for mis and disinformation. So it's starting to, or hate speech, it's starting now to become more vibrant on platforms such as TikTok. And why is that? It's because many people are now embracing TikTok as a social media platform. We've seen political strategists or influencers targeting that specific platform because many of the youth are always on TikTok every morning, every evening. The only disadvantage about TikTok is these are videos. So you need probably machine learning systems for you to figure out what is this person talking about. So it's not text-based like Twitter, where you can just do keyword searches and you find the information. So on TikTok, it's much more challenging. And that's why we challenge platforms such as TikTok to actually find ways to curb that as early as possible. Yeah. So Facebook and Twitter always releases what we call takedown reports, and these are network takedown reports. They always release them, and they even released one for the Uganda election. And just to give a mention is that in the Uganda election, you remember Facebook was actually banned.
Yes.
And why was that? It's because they attributed a particular influence campaign to a government body, the Ministry of, I think, ICT in Uganda. So that type of impact can even originate from the government itself. So it's not only people who are just out there.
It's not just opposition.
Yes. Yes.
So at Code for Africa and iLab, who pays you to do all this work that you're doing?
Yeah, so at the moment, for the work we are doing in Kenya, we are being funded by the UNDP, the United Nations Peace and Development body, which is mandated to kind of not even investigate, to kind of ensure there is peace in different partner countries, right? And we are also in partnership with the United Nations Office of Human Rights, so the Commission of Human Rights. So both of those bodies are supporting us to work together with the NCIC to actually do this specific research within the nation.
How long have you been doing it?
Personally, I've been doing it for 3 years.
Okay.
How
long have you been monitoring what's happening?
In
doing
Kenya.
Social listening, yeah.
In Kenya,
this particular in Kenya.
In Kenya, Kenya is since 2020.
Okay.
Yes.
So within this time, because we know, like you said, as we head towards August 9th, you are likely to see an increase and an amplification of this kind of activities.
Yeah.
When would you say this started for this particular election? When did you start seeing organized groups or organized gangs spreading and spreading this disinformation and malinformation?
I think it's been going on. It's just that during, even since 2017, it's really been going on because political campaigns start very early. That is for a fact. You don't expect it to start right now because it's August 9th, just in the next few days. It actually started so early. As early as 2017, people had started building mechanisms to support themselves in terms of this specific messaging. So, for example, the case I mentioned about the drive from Facebook to Twitter to WhatsApp, evidence shows that it started actually back in 2018, where groups started being formed, very, very specific groups. You'll see political party Nyeri. So I'll give an example of, let's say, UDA Nyeri, ODM Embakasi Central. And these are WhatsApp groups that links are shared on Facebook, links are shared on Twitter, and they're telling people, join this for us to have additional conversations here. And this is where political campaigns are now even being managed. So political strategists, in a click of a button, who is on the top national level, just types a message, sends it to a group of people who now share it and disseminate it. And that's strategic, right, at the end of the day.
So if you look at it, then that sounds very strategic. That sounds like something that you do innocently because you need to spread information. You need to target your recipients of your information.
Yeah.
At what point would you say money actually started being spent for disinformation campaigns?
I think just, running these resources is not easy. If you're managing 1,000 WhatsApp groups, it's not easy and it takes resources, right? So I would say since when they were starting to be created, there were people who were already being paid to do that. And as I mentioned, our first report on social network analysis, and it was looking at a coordinated network on Twitter trying to share disinformation, was actually back in 2020. So as early as then, people had already started being paid to do this type of thing. And even on Twitter, there are lists that have been created of individuals who call themselves premium Twitter assassins. And that basically means these are people you can hire, you can reach out to them, pay them for them to amplify your information, whether true information, which is okay, but now when it's concerning or not, yeah.
As you analyze it, in your mind's eye, then you can start to see the dangers of this kind of activity.
Yeah.
However, and I think there are those who are asking the question, what's the big deal?
What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? Come on. it's social media, we're putting stuff out there, you consume the information, la la. So what are the dangers of these kind of things? And then why is it important to really then be on the lookout in terms of what we're consuming?
Yeah, definitely. So one thing we know is that social media is a medium, and when you look at traditionally, radio and TV was the medium being used by politicians to incite the public, right? And incitement comes in different mechanisms. It can be in the form of hate speech, which is direct attack on, let's say, communities or religion or something like that. Disinformation and misinformation can be a form of incitement because you can use disinformation to target a particular opponent. That person does the same, then you mobilize people and it creates violence at the end of the day. So it is risky. It is something that, of course, everyone needs to be concerned about. The other thing is it actually shapes the opinion of the voter. It actually changes the mind of the voter. I usually say, what do you think you see all these billboards on the streets whenever you're driving, whenever you're going to work, whenever you're coming? Why do you see that? It's because the human brain is kind of it's kind of given a way that if you see something so many times, then it tends to be now a reality for you. And that is all everything every people are doing, even on imprinting.
Conditioning.
Yes. Conditioning.
Yes.
So that is the risk. So you can actually use social media to change public opinion on policies, not only even on elections, even on policies that really matter, even on things that are actually driving the country itself.
So if you see a hashtag, for example, and then explanations underneath about, whatever, know whomever, know peace, and you see that regularly enough, then what we are saying essentially is that the message becomes very clear that this individual then can then be connected with a situation of no peace. And that would then affect the way that you operate later, or even affect the manner in which you would vote.
Definitely.
Before social media, disinformation and malinformation still existed.
It did.
In various other forms. In the village setting, in waking up in the morning and someone has just gone out and started saying, so and so insulted women. And it spreads at local community level. Word of mouth, people sitting in, at shopping centers. They
just local gatherings, yes.
It just spreads and spreads and spreads. And there's a way in which people have dealt with it and known how to adjust to it. Are people getting to that level? From your observation over the years, are people getting more and more aware of being more alert of looking out for disinformation and malinformation?
Yeah, I would say yes. Especially whenever something is highlighted as mis or disinformation, or something has those characteristics. So like the normal Kenya has become like really aware about misinformation and disinformation. Yeah, they've become woke about it. And I'll give an example. So recently we did an assessment of the mentions of the word madoadoa on Twitter. And you remember Linturi didn't mention madoadoa early in the year. I think it was in February, I believe.
Yes.
And Raila mentioned it recently. So we did a comparison of what was the reception of such kind of a mention, because madoadoa is traditionally or historically associated with hate, and like you remember the case. So what we realized is that majority of the people were doing three things. Number one, they were questioning, why is this person using this key term? Because it is not a good key term. And that is what we really want to achieve. Why the public actually questioning why this is it. Although we had a minority of the people who actually were saying the context is not in the way that
it's a different context.
It's a different context. Either way, given that the majority were really against or condemning the action of using that keyword, that tells you a lot that people actually woke.
How about in consuming information? I mean, the same way you say, be alert on if you see this question, question the source, question the integrity of the information that you're reading. Are people doing that before the forward has received?
Yeah, so I think, people within cities such as Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, I think that's happening because there's a lot of training, there's a lot of awareness that is being run. So what we are trying to do at the moment, and especially for this election, is we know in the grassroots level, people will still see a fake video and they will believe it. People will still see a manipulated image of someone holding a panga and they will believe it. So how do we reach those levels? That is actually the main question, because people within cities already know and they kind of have that idea. Okay, not everyone, but majority. But now how do we reach the grassroots level? So we did partner with Shujaz Inc. and Airfluence on this project specifically. And the reason we did that is because we are trying, Shujaz has like youth ambassadors on the grassroots levels of Kenya. Airfluence, you have micro-influencers on those really grassroots levels. And we're trying now to share that messaging through them so that we are able to reach that normal person.
NCIC has flagged some hotspots and said, these ones, you're likely to have incidences of violence based on historical issues and also based on what has been happening. Are you noticing the same, mirroring, in terms of your monitoring, mirroring what NCIC has been saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Like you'd see a spike in the kind of information being shared in, say, Kericho County, in some parts of Nairobi, in some parts of Marsabit County, some parts of Uasin Gishu County?
Yeah, so what we do is, in just the way NCIC has flagged these places, what we try to do is we map the campaign trails of the different candidates, and then we use our social media monitoring tools to enter those keywords and then try to correlate those with the NCIC hotspots. So where are we seeing these spikes? And does it correspond to the NCIC announcement on the hotspots? And we do see that correlation, because this is where now, of course, different political leaders go out there and talk about particular statements that now get amplified on online spaces. And at the end of the day, you see that definitely correlates.
You know, political leaders probably have people who have the sort of knowledge you have, and people who have other knowledge about, as you say correctly, the human mind and how to influence it. And even when they speak, it isn't careless. It is targeted. And they know that this sort of message will resonate with this group of people whom I am speaking with. Now, the intervention for behavior change that is required for people to hear this message and question it. Talk about it a little bit. What is it that you people are doing, your organization and others whom you associate with, so that you may not be able to stop this messaging, but you can get people to pause and question it?
Yeah, definitely. So what we are trying to do at the moment is the skill sets that we have at the moment, we are actually trying to replicate it through the media. So the media is the watchdogs of the information environment, right? So, and it makes sense for the media to be able to actually do this more efficiently and at a very fast pace, for them to be able to share the correct information with the public. That is the first thing, because the media kind of holds that mandate. Then the second thing is the little knowledge that you need just to do a very simple verification of information. That's what we are trying now to seed into the citizen. Like, we are trying to tell them, when you see a picture, question it and look at, ask. First of all, and I think there are several initiatives. First, look, question it before even forwarding it, right? So those are several initiatives. There are several initiatives, and I'm sure not only us. Fumbua is actually doing a very good job for that. I think there are several initiatives in Kenya at the moment that are actually doing that specific activity. I think that is the most important, as you mentioned.
Is there a fear then that you would have an overly suspicious society? That anything then that came your way, then you're questioning? Or is that the way we ought to be? With the way things have, evolved over time, then we ought to be suspicious about anything that comes our way. Can we live like that?
I think you need to have that curiosity to just question any information, especially when you see it can be triggering to you. There is information you can't consume. Anything that doesn't make you kind of emotionally want to do something, emotionally want to hold a panga and go to the streets and throw stones. If you see something that can make you do that specific action, you need to at least question it first. So that's what we want to do. It's not question everything, but anything can trigger you. Anything that can trigger you, you need to question it.
Sure.
Just take a pause, question it, do some further verification. Yeah.
You know, there's still a lot that we need to learn about, especially use of social media and digital platforms to spread propaganda and to try and manipulate people's perceptions. And we thank you because you've shared quite a bit with us. Your parting shot as you speak to people now in about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What is it that you tell someone to look out for when they're consuming information on digital platforms?
Yeah. So I would say number one is, if you can see something that can make you take a particular action that at the end of the day might be harmful to your next neighbor, question it first. Verify it, and then now share it if you conclusively find that it is something that you can share. So that's the
your
first
conscience
thing.
is clear.
Yes. Don't ever forward any message that you haven't verified and you know it has the capability of influencing the actions and the opinions of the next person that you're sharing. Don't be a conduit for misinformation.
All right. Thank you very much, Alan, for joining us. Alan Cheboy is a senior investigations manager at Code for Africa. We've been talking about this. It's part of the Fumbwe initiative that brings together several organizations, and SpiceFM is now part of it, where we are highlighting the dangers of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation as we head towards the general election, and even thereafter, as we live our lives. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. A very good morning to you. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kakamega High Court has lifted orders barring the gazettement of Senator Cleophas Malala as a gubernatorial candidate on an ANC ticket. In his ruling, Kakamega Judge P.J. Otieno said that the court cannot interfere with the rights of the senator as the gubernatorial candidate, and therefore the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission can go ahead and gazette him as the case challenging his academic credentials continues. However, the judge said that the two petitioners have a right to be heard in court, and therefore the case will be mentioned on the 11th of July. Malala's eligibility to vie for the seat had been halted after two petitioners in Kakamega, Fred Muka and Franklin Shilenge, went to court to contest the authenticity of his degree certificate. The Kakamega gubernatorial race has attracted several contestants, but it's perceived to be a two-horse race between Kenya Kwanza's Cleophas Malala and Fernandez Baraza. The Teacher Service Commission has announced 844 posts for teachers to work in Garissa, Wajir and Mandera counties. In a re-advertisement, the Nancy Macharia-led commission said it was seeking 764 primary school and 80 secondary school teachers. The posts are on permanent and pensionable terms. At the same time, TSC also re-advertised 386 teacher posts, 114 for primary schools and 272 for secondary schools on contractual terms to fill vacancies in Garissa, Wajir and Mandera counties. Now, Tob Cohen's sister, Gabrielle Hannah von Straten, told the court that all she wants is justice for her late brother as legal battle for Cohen estate continues. Gabriel told the court Sarah Wairimu forced marriage with the late brother, adding that Wairimu allegedly threatened Cohen that she will make sure he is deported if he declines to marry Wairimu. The sister testified that Cohen never had children with his first wife, who was a Dutch, and never had a child with Sarah Wairimu, adding that he underwent a surgery and it was his decision not to have children. And a total of 25 cargo ships are expected to dock at the port of Mombasa in the next 24 days. The ships are expected to deliver various goods to the country through the port. They include petroleum products, fertilizer, wheat, minerals, metal products and cars. Some of the ships will dock at berth number 22, whose use was launched a few weeks ago. The berth is capable of handling a total of 450,000 shipping containers. And it's a reprieve for the people of Kajiado following the reconstruction of the bridge that collapsed 3 months ago. The Pai Bridge that cost the county government of Kajiado 100 million shillings public money collapsed just 7 days after Governor Joseph Ole Lenku commissioned it. The bridge has now been demolished and reconstructed. County Roads and Public Works Minister Alex Kilowua, county officials and other engineers have been visiting the site regularly to oversee the work progress. Kilowua says the new bridge is now firm and can withstand the heavy flow of flash floods on River Olekiriai. He, however, maintained that no money has been lost as the same contractor redone the work again. The new bridge that crosses River Olekiriai in Kajiado East collapsed following heavy rains, leaving residents stranded after pillars supporting the aqueduct collapsed. The bridge was meant to connect 3 wards: Matapato North in Kajiado Central, Etselenke, Kajiado South, and Kenyawa Poko Ward in Kajiado East sub-county. And Kenya has recorded 232 cases of COVID-19 from 2,030 samples, bringing the positivity rate to 11.4%. In a statement, the Ministry of Health said the new cases include 210 Kenyans and 22 foreigners, out of which 117 are males and 115 females. This as Newswire continues to urge you to continue observing the COVID-19 protocols, especially during this cold season. And Ethiopia has rejected the misrepresentation of facts over an incident on the tense border with Sudan after Khartoum accused the Ethiopian army of executing 7 of its soldiers and a civilian. Sudan has vowed to respond to what it called a treacherous act and announced it would recall its ambassador to Addis Ababa. But the Ethiopian government said it believed the June 22nd incident was deliberately concocted to undermine relations between the two countries. The Foreign Ministry statement said it took place within Ethiopian territory after incursions by a Sudanese regular army unit supported by elements of the terrorist TPLF, a reference to the Tigray People's Liberation Front. Meanwhile, Sudan says it will recall its ambassador to Addis Ababa for consultations following accusations that the Ethiopian army executed 7 captured Sudanese soldiers and a civilian. The army said the treacherous act will not pass, vowing to respond. Tensions have risen in recent years, sparking sporadic armed clashes over the Al-Fasaka border, which is close to Ethiopia's restive Tigray region. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The news on Spice FM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
All right, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, traffic still continues in most parts of the city. We're looking at it still heavy on the Thika Superhighway. Coming into the Pangani underpass, that still continues for some time. Actually pretty messy today, not quite sure why that's lasted so long, but folks are busy, out and about. On the Kiambu Road is looking a little bit better than it is, just at that Hutali Drift getting out towards Muthaiga Square. And then we get onto Wangari Maathai and it continues. We're also looking at traffic on Limuru Road, ebbing and flowing here and there. Ring Road Westlands continues. Waiaki Way, use the Red Hill Link Road if you're not a fan of sitting in that traffic. James Gishuru starts, really far back and then gets to that junction at Waiaki Way. But you should be okay from now. Uhuru Highway pretty busy as well. Traffic hour ends sooner rather than later. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the
7 minutes after 9. Good morning. Welcome to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday morning, the 28th day of June, 2022. We have another guest in the studio to have another different conversation. Before we welcome him, let's hear the day's proverb.
Yes, this is a final proverb from Angola.
Yeah.
The mysterious road beckons the young man.
The mysterious road beckons the young man.
It tells the young man, come.
Let me show you.
Come forth.
The ways of the world.
Yes.
Let me teach you a lesson or two.
Or three.
Let me harden you.
Yes. Let me broaden your scope.
Let me broaden your scope. Or reduce it.
Yes.
Just show you this is how you shall be thinking moving forward.
And oddly enough, it is a road that must be traveled.
It is, eh?
Yes.
We must all do this.
As you, if you plan to progress to a certain absence of youth,
yes,
then you must follow.
Okay.
When it calls, answer.
Answer. Let's now have a conversation about trials. And this is medical trials.
Okay. I was going to say trials and tribulations.
Don't get biblical on us. This one.
National Olympic trials.
No, none of those.
Political trials.
Or courtroom trials.
Courtroom trials. Medical trials.
Thank you.
Okay. And we know this in medical research. We hear it all the time. So researchers working on some certain treatment or so, they've reached now a certain level of trials. They've moved into animal trials, and they've gone into human trials, and they've now been allowed to all those things. Protecting the rights and welfare of human participants in research is the conversation we want to have, and we are joined by Ambrose Rachier. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, among very many other things, which includes being the chairperson of the Kenya Medical Research Institute's Scientific and Review Unit. It's an institutional scientific and ethics review committee. Very good morning, Ambrose.
Good morning.
Good to have you in the situation room on the hot seat. Karibu sana, make yourself comfortable.
I am very, very, very comfortable.
Very good.
I can assure you about that.
Very good. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you. I'm also pleased to be here. Thank you.
Ambrose Rachier is someone who has chewed book.
Plenty of it.
He's chewed a lot of book.
And has lived life.
And has lived his life. And is still doing so. Ambrose is a lawyer. He has studied law. He has also studied French. He has a master's degree in translation of English, French, French, English. You'll tell us.
That is so.
How? Okay. Why? And when?
Good. Let me. That's about French.
Yes.
Yes, I started French in Form 1 in 1965.
Mm-hmm.
It was many years ago.
Do it like
and then I studied French after completing my A-levels. I took French, something called Certificat Pratique de Langue Française à l'Université de Madagascar.
Oui.
Yes, that was 1971. And then decided again to go and do law. And after finishing my law and also doing law at a master's level, I decided to go back to the Nairobi University to study the language that I loved so much. And so I did 2012, I did Master of Arts in Translation and specializing in English, French, French, English.
Why?
I love languages. I have three kind of very interesting and apparently conflicting interests. My first one is languages, my second one is medicine, and my third one is law.
So your first interest is actually language?
It's languages. I love languages, learning languages, and it comes to me fairly naturally.
Okay.
I did German, but I lost it. I've also done Kiswahili. I've also done...
you haven't lost it?
Yeah, so I have a lot of interest in just languages when I get to hear them. Yeah, my second one at A-level was just a conflict as to whether I should take medicine or take law. And I opted to take law and to pursue medical issues later on. Yeah. And that's why after doing law and teaching law, I then decided to go for something called a master's in bioethics. And this is in the field of research. And to serve in Cambridge, I have served in Cambridge for 42 years as a member of the Research Ethics Committee, but became its chair just about 15 years ago.
Take us to 49 years ago when you... Is it 49 or 42? 42 years ago in 1979.
Yes, that was 79.
When you joined this ethics committee at Kemri.
Right.
How did you end up there? At that point, you were a lawyer.
Yes, I was practicing
And
law. I
practicing
actually practiced law for 4 years.
Mhm.
I started practicing law in 1975. By 79, I decided to take part in matters of research. This is in pursuit of my interests that I had said before concerning medicine. And I thought the best way to deal with medicine from a layman's point of view was to go and see how research is done at Kemri. And at that time, in fact, in the ethics review committees, and I'm in 3 of them in this country, apart from chairing the Kemri Ethics Committee, I also vice chair the Strathmore University Ethics Committee, and a member also of the Aga Khan University Ethics Committee. So this is something that interested me. So I went in as a lay person. The lay person usually is required as a part of the constitution of an ethics committee. And that is the person who is what they call the common person. How do you feel about this research? If you're asked that, what do you feel if you were to participate as a subject? So the layman is important. In fact, no ethics meeting starts without the presence of a lay person, even as of today. So having joined as a lay person, and with time, I was taken to quite a number of trainings at the institute, attending many lectures, short courses, and eventually got converted to be able myself to look at them from a medical point of view. And it is for that reason that I earned a position as the chair of the ethics committee, having now, in a way, grasped what the ethics of research or medical research involving human participants. We're not just talking about research generally, but research involving human participants. So that's how I found myself in Kemri and subsequently in other ethics committees.
Right. You know, most people hear of an ethics committee, and just that word ethics takes them to NCIC. Yes, and they think...
Or EACC.
Or EACC, or Chapter 6 of our Constitution. Yes. And they're thinking, okay, now, what is it about research ethics, and why is it that it's important?
Yes, thank you. A very, very good question. Research ethics is about health. It's not just only finding about diseases or causes of diseases, but also testing new treatments, new medicines. I think the best example that we can cite now is COVID. When people started feeling as they felt, everybody was, of course, shocked. And the first thing you want to know is what causes this thing called COVID, and then how do we respond to it? And the only way to do it is to carry out research. And the best way to carry out research involving human beings is, of course, diseases is, first of all, to use human beings. And when you're going to use human beings, the scientists in history were over-enthusiastic and therefore cared little about the rights of those people who were participating. A famous case always cited is something called the Tuskegee scandal that happened in America between 1932 and I dare say up to 1966 when another scientist had the audacity to reveal that something scandalous is happening here. And the study involved just black Americans only, which suggests that there was clear discrimination about the use of those people. And then they were using very underhand means that they were studying syphilis and they were studying penicillin. And then in that kind of study of syphilis and penicillin, you found that it was targeted against the black people, and they were doing something dangerous called the use of a placebo. A placebo means that when you have people participating, there is a group that gets treatment and the group which does not get treatment. The group that does not get treatment may just be allowed to die. And while we know, and in fact, when in the early 40s, penicillin had been known to be effective, still these people were denied the right. They went on being used as placebos. And by 1997, when Bill Clinton was apologizing to them, there were only 8 out of 400 people. So how many people died? So that is the kind of scandal. Just about the same years, about the 40s, in the 40s, again, the Nazi physicians were using prisoners and Russian Poles and some Poles who were in confinement, and also some Jews also in that kind of trial. So what we're calling this, without going into very many of them, is we are talking about abuse of research participants. In fact, the most interesting one again came around around 47, when the Japanese were using, this time, American prisoners. They are called the Japanese vivisection experiment, where you have people in class, you're teaching students, and you have a live person. You shoot the heart and take out the heart, try to operate, and the man is alive, watching, and students are being treated to study the heart and how somebody dies.
To see the heart as you die.
As you die. You know, those are some of the things that I can talk about to say made it necessary for the human race to begin to ask themselves, how do we protect research participants? And that was the beginning of the development of ethics.
So how did that evolve over years? Because now, obviously, you're looking at this, I mean, in my mind, catastrophe when it came to how the human being was treated when it came to medical science, research and testing, right? How did then the development of an ethical code for this practice then begin?
Yes, let's look at the earliest. The earliest is called the Nuremberg Code, the Nuremberg Code of 1947. And this came out of the American jury itself holding trials of the 23 physicians who had participated in these atrocious experiments. And then 12 juries went to sit in Nuremberg, in Germany, and came up with the first code in ethics of research, which is called the Nuremberg Code. Now, basically, it had some 10 rules, among which was issue of the consent of the participant, and informed consent. Do I know what's going to happen to my body? That was the first ethical rule that came in from Nuremberg. The issue of do I understand? Issue of understanding. The third issue was on confidentiality. How confidential are my results? There are issues of safety. How safe is what I'm going to? And then there were issues of, do I understand? Mentally, am I of age to be able to understand? Is there stigmatization? Are we stigmatized? You saw when COVID came around here, there were issues like, am I going to infect somebody? So people started running away from others and all the kind of things. So these are issues that you are now required. The Nuremberg Code addressed some of these issues, and in particular, the purpose of the research. There's something that that was dealt with, the purpose of research. Is it based on science? Or is it like, in the Nazi trials, the Nazi experiments, people were being watched to die, for example, instead of treating the malaria, when malarial parasite was identified, you were left to see how long does it take for the virus to kill you. I mean, what kind of experiment is that? Or how high would you be taken to lose oxygen so that we say you can die when you reach
Beyond
this level. Now, those were experiments which had no scientific value, and therefore the first code dealt with them. The second code that is also famously quoted is the Helsinki Declaration. This was done by the World Medical Association to be able to and the most important thing about the Helsinki Declaration was about the what's called peer review. It is the Helsinki Declaration that created what we call the research ethics committees to be able to look at elements. It came up with something called a peer review. What you want to study must be reduced to some kind of a proposal or a protocol that then other scientists and other ethicists are able to go through it and then be able to say, yes, this research is authorized to take place. So that was a kind of regulation. So we can say the importance of the Helsinki Declaration was to introduce peer review and research ethics committees to be able to look to carry out the review. Now, this then was an important step. The third one I want to, just before you come in, much as the Tuskegee scandal was the first one, because of the delay in discovering it or unearthing the problems in 1966 and sponsoring a task force by the American government that produced what is called the Belmont Report. The Belmont Report is another ethical code that is so cited in ethics because it is what introduced the issue of human dignity, what you can call fair subject selection. Are we using children or are we using adults? Are we using mentally retarded people and all those kind of things? So that is the evolution of ethics and the review process.
So it was not, I mean, because one would think, like you said, these atrocious things were happening. One would think that as then there was a sitting at Nuremberg and then Helsinki later, the assumption, and maybe a naive one, would then be that it called for an end to all trials on the human body. But what we're saying now is that it was then possible for them to look closer and say, all right, it's possible to still do trials on the human body, however, maintain the dignity of a human being. Is that what now we're looking at?
Actually, the word that is used, you're quite right. The word that is used is called equipoise. Equipoise means that, there's a balance. You cannot stop research. You cannot stop the wheel of science because it leads to discoveries that are beneficial to us. But in this process, you should also not abuse the rights of the human being. So all the time, and I can tell you, despite the existence of these codes that are so many now, the latest we have that is supposed to have a universal application is called the UNESCO Declaration of Bioethics, 2005. So despite the promulgation of all these codes, unethical research still goes on. It goes on. So it's just like, despite the existence of law, people continue to commit crimes and to do wrong things. But the regulation must be there to be able to deal with these menaces, or we call them mischiefs. As late as in our own country, you may have had something called Pal Omega, which is supposed to have been curing AIDS. You must have heard of somebody called Dr. Stone with something called polyatomic apheresis and all those kind of things. So these scandals continue. We ourselves, in fact, in Cambridge, we are said to have carried us a research that produced Cameron, which was supposed to have been a treatment for HIV, and which was a scam. So
how do those things happen?
It's human nature.
Go ahead. Let loopholes? Is it loopholes in the system that people know how to circumvent them, or is it maybe even the ethics committee just sitting and looking, and they don't consider some things? Some things later emerge that we may have overlooked this, or we may have not have taken this into consideration, this particular aspect of ethics?
Well, very good question. Let me say, you can never anticipate what's going to happen. Like today, or a few months ago, we were comfortable saying, okay, COVID is gone. Now we are getting to hear COVID is back. So people continue to try to find out what is it about what is going to happen. And the law, or even the ethical codes, can never anticipate what is going to happen. Let me give you an interesting example that post ethical problems for us. Is you have say 50 people brought in with COVID. There's only one support machine in the hospital. Who do you put in there? Ethical issue. Who do you do? Is it age? Is it class?
Comorbidity.
Is it the comorbidity? Or what is it? So ethical challenges will still exist so that we, even in ethics committees, we cannot overcome them, or we cannot anticipate what they're going to be. And then there are issues of money. There are issues of profit. And this profit drives a lot of researchers. And so you want to look for an easy subject. If in America people are so much aware of their rights, come to Kenya, come to Turkana, and get somebody who wants salt only. Give me salt, then I will take I'll take part. So these are things we look out for: the protection of that person who is vulnerable. And in the third world, I say Kenya included, in the third world, the greatest challenges we are having are, first of all, illiteracy.
Yeah.
How do you ensure that people actually understand?
That second bit, they understand, so
yes.
they give you consent.
Yes. So you are talking about informed consent, and you say, okay, somebody has signed here, but does he really understand? Illiteracy is a big problem in the third world for us, and we tend to look out for it and say, how much do we protect that man from Lake Victoria, that fisherman who does not speak any language? The second one is, of course, what we call just technical language.
Ambrose.
Yes, technical language is our next problem. That in science and in research ethics, there's a lot of technical language. I've just used the word placebo. Who knows placebo? Yeah. You put it there. A big challenge again that we try to look out for from an ethics committee. Then there's just simple poverty, where you induce a person. 20 shillings will make somebody participate. That will not happen in the US. So we look out for that, what we call vulnerability brought about by poverty. And then, of course, technical language is a big problem, illiteracy, and cultural practices.
Let's take a break. Yes. Okay. And tell Ambrose about Communication Authority.
Right. Ambrose, I'm sure you've come across the Communication Authority of Kenya. And there are many things that they're responsible for, some of which most people do not know. For instance, this conversation that we are having here and which we are enjoying having has been made possible by what the Communication Authority is actually mandated to do. Okay? Now, we as broadcasters, however, have a responsibility beyond just enjoying the benefits that we have. We have to make sure that our content is suitable for our audiences so that they can enjoy quality entertainment. And we use our platform for the public good, or for, as I say, for the good of the public, even if the public doesn't know it. Now, the other thing that is also important is that beyond the licensing, when someone says they license and regulate you, it means that license can also be removed. But so long as you have it and you maintain it when you are meeting the objectives for which that particular license was given. This is something which you as a lawyer, you understand perfectly well. Now, the Communication Authority doesn't just open the airwaves to Kenya. In this case, it's opening it to the rest of the world and opening Kenya to the rest of the world. So even though there are many choices available to people, whether it is YouTube, whether it is Twitter, you name
TikTok.
TikTok, not TokTik.
Right.
TikTok. All right.
Not TokTok.
Not TokTok.
And not TokTok. Yeah. Okay. But, well, even with this plethora of choices, the Communication Authority of Kenya makes this possible for you to be able to enjoy them. Thank you.
Indeed. Let's take that break. It's 9:30, Kenya's biggest conversation. Ambrose Rachel, advocate, who's also the chairman at the Institutional Scientific and Ethics Review Committee of the Kenya Medical Research Institute, is here with us in the studio. We're talking about the ethics of medical trials. And that's very, very important, as you've heard. And if you keep listening, you'll hear more. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo-soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to SpiceFM.
Yaani mtu ako Nairobi na nimemuzia ng'ombe. Sijatoka shamba, lakini school fees za huyo mtoto nishalipa tayari.
Nikiwa na shida, naweza pigia hospitali wakati wowote na nisaidike. Hello,
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates access to communication services in every part of the country. Now, 96.4% of Kenyans have access to 3G and 4G mobile services. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 23, currently at 16, coming down to lows of 12. It's mostly sunny at 16, highs of 23. And we'll see mostly sunny conditions at 22, going to that high in Nyeri, currently at 16, coming down to lows of 11. It's 16 degrees and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 22 and lows of 12. And the rain keeps coming down in Mombasa at 26. It'll go to highs of 28. We'll see highs of 28 as well in a rainy Malindi at 27. It's 22 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 26 in a sunny Kakamega, currently at 22. The sun is out in Kampala. It'll go to highs of 26 and we'll see highs of 29 in Dar es Salaam. 3 degrees, slightly warmer in Johannesburg, highs of 13 today. And rain continues in Lagos at 25 with highs of 30. 30 will also be the high in a cloudy Kinshasa at 22. Out into Beijing, it's 25 and cloudy going into evening actually. Tuesday, 27 will be the high and lows of 21. Paris is sunny at 18, highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 21 in a sunny London. We'll round things out in New York, where it's still Monday night. Cloudy conditions at 20, highs of 27 and lows of 18. All right, still heavy on Jogger Road. That's not letting up, just not now. We're seeing that stretch then from Hamza out past the Makadar train station. So look on that if you are headed in the Jogger Road direction. Outbound, not an issue. Inbound, however, is a totally different pickle. Uhuru Highway then going out into the city. The CBD is quite packed. If you look at Kenyatta Avenue, Moi Avenue, coming in from Luthuli, Accra Road, Kirinyaga Road, through into the end, the Nairobi Central Business District, really busy this morning. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, Pangani Underpass, through Wangari Maathai. That's where you still see some traffic today. Kiambu Road not looking so bad, but we'll keep an eye on things through the morning. James Gishuru, where you're running away from Wayakiwe trying to use the Red Hill Link Road, you can still be friends. Not too much of an issue right now. Let's keep an eye on things through the morning. Talk to us. Spice FM KE.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Muya has criticized those who are opposing the new Miraa crop regulations, saying they are politicizing the crop. Speaking in Ruiru Market in Buri Sub-County, Meru County, Munya said Agriculture and Food Authority held stakeholder meetings and county officials, including the agriculture executives, to address the new Miraa regulations before being gazetted. The CS criticized a section of Meru County leaders for opposing the new regulations, saying they are playing politics because when AFA held the final stakeholder validation meeting, the county was represented. Kenya's tea exports in the month of March this year have declined 26% when compared to same period last year, as volume of shipment reduced to 44.43 million kilograms from 59.77 million kilograms recorded over the same period last year. The Tea Board of Kenya attributes the decrease to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which has affected shipments since February 2022 when the war began. The March exports were also lower when compared to February, when Kenya exported 45.12 million kilograms of tea. The government is collecting about 24 billion shillings monthly in taxes and spending 21 billion shillings on fuel subsidies, making it unsustainable. Petroleum Principal Secretary Andrew Kamau says this has drastically reduced tax revenue from petroleum products to a level where the government is barely collecting any tax from fuel. The National Treasury last week announced plans to gradually adjust fuel prices in a move aimed at eliminating the need for fuel subsidy beginning financial year 2023-2024. Fair Trade International is enhancing market access by working alongside farmers and workers to strengthen their businesses, take greater control over their lives, and generate solutions that alleviate poverty, assure human rights, and build climate resilience. The organization is working with farming cooperatives, 6,500 businesses, and governments to make trade fair and trigger a catalytic effect through providing livelihoods for farmers and people employed along the food supply chain, while also contributing to reducing food insecurity across the globe and boosting the African economy. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
SpiceFM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
22 minutes to 10. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We continue with our guest, Ambrose Wachir, talking about bioethics, and especially when you talk about research in the Kenyan context, biomedical research. Ambrose, we've talked about human trials all the time. Who covers the animals? Primates, rodents, when they're used in trials?
Yeah, we have animal care unit, and each and every research ethics committee always wants clearance from the animal care unit before they approve research, even involving rats, which are very much used, and apes as the closest primates to the human being. So they are taken care of, and whenever a proposal comes before me for consideration, in addition, because at times, when particularly you're talking about trial of drugs, you will find they are tried first on drugs. Some of them try them on rabbits, and then they come to apes. So we look at their own protection, their own use, including their disposal once they have been used. So we pay attention to animals also. Right.
I'm asking that because there are two angles. There's, of course, those who look at animal rights, and the other thing, the exposure of the animals under trial to humans. You, of course, know that whole global conspiracy theory about the origin of COVID-19 and the proximity of a certain lab to the Chinese city. So how do you cover that?
Well, what we do is that if you're sitting, our main study will be on the human participant, but we do have stages of trial. Before you try it on the human being, you are trying it on animals, and therefore we entrust the animal care unit to be able to look at. We don't go in to look at the animal rights ourselves, but we expect a clearance from the animal care unit before we give approval on our side. So it's kind of giving it to another specialized body rather than we ourselves trying to decide on animal rights. So all we do is to ensure that have we got the animal care unit approval before we look at it now from the human protection point of view. Right.
Most whether it's a drug that you're using later, if it's a form of treatment, there's the rider that they will put there talking about that they have upheld all ethical codes when going through this.
Yes.
Is that purely for a point of information, or is it really then to rubber stamp that they've actually done this? If what you're saying then is the case, that you will not give clearance to go ahead if they've not followed. So then the assumption is that it's been followed and that all relevant bodies have done that. So then what purpose does the rubber stamp on the good or on the service then provide thereafter?
Actually, that rubber stamp comes from the manufacturer. And before the manufacturer reaches that level, there's another body that goes through that is called the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. So when you're dealing with issues of efficacy, you'll always see a number of research talking about studying efficacy and the immunogenicity of some substance or that kind of thing. We look at how it is being conducted, but the test on how efficacious it is and how dangerous it is goes then to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. and it is the Pharmacy and Poisons Board which, being satisfied, and you will see stage trial. This is stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. They will always be giving you different stages until it is released in the market, and in the market they then have to certify that they have gone through all that. So that's the work again of the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. Yeah. So we all work together when there's a drug trial.
So yes. Now, so there's this interaction with the drug companies and the research institutions and organizations. Drug manufacturer has a drug which they say does A, B, C, D. Okay? At what point then do the researchers interact with the drug company? How do they interact so that they can determine the very word you've used, the efficacy? Okay?
Yes. Now, that's how... Okay, they're interesting, very interesting bodies. I'll introduce a fourth one, which is called the Data Protection and Monitoring Board. That is the one that is really is supposed to be an oversight over the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. Actually, normally appointed by the manufacturer in the interest of the manufacturers, because you see, when the research is going on and the drugs are being tried on human participants. We, as an ethics committee, have a rule that you must report serious adverse events, or some of them, sometimes we call it SUSARs, that is serious, unexpected, serious and adverse events. In other words, people are reacting as they take the drug. You know, if you're trying an HIV and AIDS drug, you're actually using people who living with HIV.
Yes.
We'll be looking at their confidentiality, even at the time that they're using these things. Number two, their reaction to the drug. But we expect the researcher, the person we call the principal investigator, in short, we call them PIs. We expect them to be able to report to us as the drug trial goes on, the effects. If there are any deaths, they're supposed to be reported. If there is a reaction like Stephen Johnson's reaction to any kind of drug, we see, is this drug related or not drug related? So we can stop, or we can say, call in the Data Safety and Monitoring Board to see, is this thing dangerous to the participants? So we have the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, which will be looking at the efficacy. The Data Safety and Monitoring Board, appointed by the drug company, then looks at this safety issue. I want us to really understand the nexus. Because once the drug goes out, it's a dangerous thing. It will boomerang on the manufacturer. The people will be saying this thing is no good.
Yep.
The consumers. So
Bad PR on the manufacturer, which could affect
they'll
their
stop
business.
buying it, and they say this thing does not work.
Yep.
Or this thing is dangerous to us. So it is important, it is the interest of the drug companies, Wellcome Trust and all these other people, that they themselves must ensure that the drug, A, is efficacious, 2, it is safe. So we are all together. We ourselves deal with it at a very early age, because at early stage, when the research is going on, we get reports. Are people dying? Are people reacting? And are they reacting? And then in the end, we look at a sample. You know, we'll be interested in a sample that, okay, sample size, how many people benefited or how many people suffered or all kind of thing. So it's a whole process that starts from our looking at how it will be done, and when it is going on, we do monitoring and evaluation to be able to see how dangerous is it, how useful is it. And then at that stage, we also engage the Pharmacy and Poisons Board to be able to report to us on the efficacy and, as I say, efficacy and the immunogenicity of any given drug. And then once we are now coming to an end, hoping that it's going to be released, the Data Safety and Monitoring Board must come in, and it's out of our hands.
Now it moves to the air.
It goes
for
to
licensing,
and yes, and it goes into the market.
You know, when people talk of research, one hears of talk of this particular trial is a phase 1, 2, 3, 4. What determines these phases?
Those phases start with the animal. Okay.
Yes.
Once you see the animal, you know, our constitutional composition, where they look at the animals which are nearest to the human being. So they would start with the rat. Okay.
So we are saying that we have similarities with rats.
Yes, we have a lot of similarities with rats, genetically. In fact, we even have similarities with bananas. You might find that yeah, he's some lawyer talking some medicine.
Okay.
Yeah, so, we normally start with mice. Mice is very, very popular start. And then we see how they react to something. And you see, research has become so interesting that, you will infect the rat. You infect the rat with what you call, yes, Plasmodium falciparum. You infect them and say, now you give them malaria. And then you want to try malaria drug and see, is it working on the rat? When it works on the rat, then you move ahead. You go to phase this, phase that, phase that. Then now you try it on
humans.
On humans. Then you start maybe with a small sample. Then you go.
Do you do the same? Do you infect the human with malaria?
Yes, we have something called CHIMS, challenge model studies, at the moment, which comes from the fact that sometimes you will never be able to raise a sufficient number of participants. So you create participants by infecting them. And the main criteria is reversibility. Right. Is it reversible? Can you reverse it? Okay. I mean, recently we went to look into, although it hasn't been approved yet, we went to look at a study on Shigella virus in Kilifi, where we are trying to, it's virus that causes diarrhea. So we want to infect you with that, but put you in a room where you can go to the toilet very, very quickly. You are admitted for 9 days, but you are actually a very healthy person. But we infect you with that so that we can study the behavior of the...
I'm glad you brought that up, because the question then is the process that you use to make the participants understand.
Yes.
Not just the possible harm, but there's also the benefit.
Yes.
Because beneficence is one of the pillars of research ethics.
Indeed.
Yes. So what are the guarantees that you put in place that will ensure that these participants actually understand? And in case like this, that their families also understand exactly what it is that they're going into.
Thank you. Very, very, very brilliant, very brilliant question. This study is yet to come to us, but we went just to see how they want to do it. Now, the interesting question that you raise is that while we are supposed to be protecting the participants from harm, is indeed a contradiction.
We're introducing harm.
In terms that we are introducing harm. You will understand that it's a justification for it.
Yes.
And the review, our review kind of threshold is higher. We'll try to see how do we, first of all, this person must understand. Must really, really understand the harm. But you see, we are doing this study for the benefit of the larger community who are going to gain from the research that we are able to treat this, yet we are not able to, instead of allowing it to just spread, we are not able to raise sufficient number of participants. There are countries that have accepted this. In Africa, I think out of the 54 or so countries in Africa, 32 have already accepted the use of what we call human challenge models, where we actually make you sick to be able to study you. It's going on in our country. I was asked sometime a few years ago to talk about it in India, and they became very wild. They actually almost threw us out of the hall. I remember going with my friend Dr. Bernard Ogutu, who does malaria, and we had approved a challenge study, a multi-center study here, done in Kilifi and Gabon, and I don't know which other country. And one of our Kenyan leading researchers in malaria, Bernard Ogutu, we authorized him to do this kind of study. And so we were asked to be able to, the Indian government was interested, the medical association was interested in saying, Kenya is doing this, can we go? So we went there, but I can tell you it was disastrous because it's a very difficult concept to understand.
Sure. But the thing that concerns me even more, beyond just understanding, there's, again, the beneficence, there's always the element of compensation in research, not payment. How do you equate what you think is an equitable compensation and what do you use to consider when this is inducement?
Very good. We look at, I think, the issues of status. Like the one we're just dealing with, for example. If you have people, say, around, an area where you want to carry out research, what kind of people are they and what kind of income do they have? As I say, you may need to, this isn't a study that you do at home or people come in casually. You must admit these people to be able to control, what do you call it, a control study. You must get these people in some place and be able to monitor them all the time, how they are reacting. So let's deal with the first issue. The first issue will be the issue of making them understand.
Yes.
Tell them this is a dangerous thing. Do you want to take the risk? Your interesting question is, will the acceptance of the risk be based on inducement, income, or will it be based on compensation?
Yes, and will the compensation be commensurate with the benefits that the people who are conducting that research derive from that research? And how do you balance it again with the two issues?
That is the tricky part of it, and thank you for really bringing it out. That is the crux of the matter. Like the one we're talking about, unfortunately, we are yet to look into all those issues. But the one that we had approved, the one on malaria, we first must be satisfied that you'll be able to, when it's becoming dangerous, you'll be able to reverse it. You'll be able to treat the malaria. That's number one. So we'll tell the participant will be told that yes, we are going to infect you with the malarial parasite, but we have this drug that can clear it within a day or so. So we looked at the nature of the risk. Then why is this person accepting? Now, we always look against inducement, that people should not be induced to participate in research. Therefore, we will not be looking at the inducement part of it, but we'll be saying, okay, you want to be a volunteer, we're going to have you locked up for about 9 days in these facilities. And if you look at the proposed facilities, they're usually very sumptuous looking, which very comfortable for the person. You must explain to the family, just as you say, you must explain to the family where the person is going to. What are they going to do? And it must be something that is not stigmatized so that people will avoid him when they go back. We look at that. Then we say, is he a school teacher? Is he somebody who is missing his job? Is he somebody who is employed somewhere? Then we arrive at a compensation that is commensurate with the risk and also with the time that they take. So this is the work of the ethics committee to look at.
And the benefit that is going to be derived by the
benefit,
researcher.
sometimes we do research not for the benefit of the individual. We say it's the benefit of the community or of a class of persons. Let's take children. If we want to do pediatric research, we want to do research so that we can be able to treat the general menace to children. So that particular child might not be able to gain, but in that case, we don't infect those children. The condition already exists, and we ask the parent to give us consent so that the research is carried out, because there's a particular disease that is really aiming at clearing children in a certain area of Kenya. So we go and research it. So it is important, not just for that child, but for what you call children, because of children.
The community.
Right, the community.
At what point do you stop research when it's ongoing?
When we see that it is, those reports that we get are showing us that something is wrong. So we just do, we can just write to stop it. Or something unethical is happening. Let's give you an example of a research that we stopped somewhere in near Miwani there. Also, I think it was somewhere just near Kisumu. This was a study of involving the use of animals, and these were cows. So these cows were being purchased from the community and being injected with something that we thought was very, very dangerous. And when the research was over, the researchers were selling these animals back to the community. So we said, stop it. And we just wrote and it stopped. Luckily, it was a whistleblower. You know, sometimes when the researchers themselves disagree, you get some information that you may never have gotten. Yeah, so we got this thing from just another whistleblower, said that there's something we are doing here which is not right. So those are examples where we can stop a whole study that we had already approved. And it depends on the reports that we are getting. At times also we do what we call spot checks because we don't have facilities ourselves or capacity for monitoring. But normally we decide to visit, say, a research center in Migori, for example. We just appear and say, look, we are here.
Making sure.
Yes, make sure. So I'm able to study where the consent forms, bring them around, so I look at them and say, did these people consent? And you find some of them, there was no consent, or people thumb-printed, or you find the participant is carrying the consent form upside down, telling you that they don't know how, they don't read.
They can't read.
So you can say, how did they sign?
They didn't understand.
So those are some of the monitoring things that we normally do to protect, as I say, the aim is to protect the research participant, human research participant.
We thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
You have shared a lot of information and we'll invite you again.
Thank you.
We still need to understand a lot more.
I will be able to come.
Yes.
I'll be able to come, and it was my pleasure to come in and talk. I hope I made a bit of sense.
A lot of sense.
Thank you.
Ambrose Rocher is the chairman of the Institutional Scientific and Ethics Review Committee of the Kenya Medical Research Institute. We've been talking about the ethics around medical research, and especially those being conducted in the country. He chairs that committee that authorizes those research and trials. Asante sana for joining us, and thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation today. We'll be back tomorrow, God willing, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Have a lovely day. Good morning.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsround Dennis Asato. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations is saying to report on the career of insecurity in the county. He is expected to record a statement at the regional DCI offices in Nakuru City this morning. Area County Criminal Investigation Officer Anthony Sunguti said the lawmaker is expected to appear for questioning of the security-related issues. The summons come a day after a security meeting between members of the public, leaders and security personnel was held in Mawanga area following the killing of 6 women in a span of 6 months. Residents have blamed the rising insecurity incidents on suspected confirmed gang members. In the meeting, locals claimed senior politicians have been funding and protecting the gang. Currently, Regional Commissioner Malim Mohammed has convened a meeting with the Regional Security Committee to deliberate on further action to contain the insecurity in the area. Former Westlands MP Fred Gumwana says that withdrawing powers from chiefs has led to the increase of criminal activities. Speaking in Kitale, Gumwana said the criminals have now